So, greetings, dear ones. Warm welcome to all of you. I hope my voice is clear. Can you just give me a feedback if I'm audible? Can you hear me, India? Thank you, Shilpa. Thank you. So, greetings to all of you. I'm on time today. Okay. So, I guess people will keep joining now, anyways. Warm welcome to all of you. Last Sunday, I couldn't do this live because last Sunday I was in Ganeshpuri. I was traveling to Ganeshpuri, so I couldn't do that. Some beautiful moments there. I would always suggest, highly suggest intense seekers to go to places like Ganeshpuri or Kanjungar, Tirunamalai. It does make a difference because the consciousness is so high. And for example, the people who watch this kind of live and who are acquainted with this kind of teachings and living this kind of a life, it will be very easy for you to align with places like Ganeshpuri or Tirunamalai or Kanjungar. And those places will help you also a lot because on the journey, this is a path of the effortless journey, but we all cannot just directly jump into that effortlessness. There is there is an effort needed in the start. That effort only leads to effortlessness. Murlidharaji, yeah. Perhaps more than taking you, it's very easy for you to go anytime because of the time constraints. Everybody cannot come at the same time, and that's always there. When I am available, you might not be available. When people are available, I might not be available. So that's the whole catch about. I would always suggest whenever you have time, you go, and it's always better to go alone. Unless you want to see the place and understand the place, that's a different story altogether. If you want to actually understand the place and know more about the place or the greatness of that place, it's all fine. You need somebody to explain to you. But if you're understanding this concept, what we are talking about here, the alignment and non-duality and consciousness, connecting with consciousness, being aware, if you just apply this awareness in these places, you will spontaneously see the powerful effect. Powerful, very very powerful, I'm telling you. See, in Ganeshpuri, I was there for 3 days, 2 days. And since I was there with some friends, I couldn't be aligned well because we were talking on so many things there. And but when everything, when everybody dispersed here and there, and I had little time with me, the day I was leaving back, I was just sitting in the Samadhi Mandir, and that is the only time I could actually align with the Samadhi of Bhagwan Nityananda. And to tell you what I couldn't do in 2.5 days, in just a few moments, I will say 5 to 10 minutes, things happened. It's such powerful. That's what came to my mind. Oh my God, this is such a live, Jagrat place. The Samadhi is such a live place. But then what happens? Because I was there all the time, and many of the people of the sadhaks and all were there because I think they had finished on Shivir and come. It was a coincidence. Not really a coincidence because some of my friends were supposed to come after attending the events to Mumbai, and then I caught up with them, and that is how we accidentally met at that time. So, so when I was there with all of them, I was like moving around early morning, 3 o'clock, having bathed in the kunda, and there meeting a lot of people. Wherever I went, I was dashing across new people, and probably I didn't know most of them, but they were somehow identifying me, and they were coming and talking to me and all that. So I could see we were talking a lot. Then people asked me about the place and the mahima of that place. I explained. Then they asked whichever other places are there. I explained other samadhis which are there, and I was like a guide 1.5 days there, which is not what I prefer to do most of the time, because I am always in my alone in my traveling alone, because of I just want to be with myself there. But since this was there, okay, no problem. We were talking around and all that, and people were understanding a lot of things. They were new people who had come there for the first time. And then I finished that duty of showing people around and all that. And when people started disappearing, and I was left alone a couple of hours before leaving, that is the time I spent some time in Bangalore Wala building, where Bhagwan left his body. And there is one room called the AC room near where his chair is there in Kailash Nivas. Very powerful place. Very easily you can get into meditative states. And the Samadhi Mandir, of course. So I was saying, when everything went, I just sat and I was just trying to connect, and which I used to always do. And this time I'd preferably, I think, probably forgotten. So the moment I sat and just aligned with the dive, it was boom. Some things happened, and I was again in that state where which I remain in Tiruvannamalai and all. But I was not able to do, because see, what happens is, when we have a lot of people around, we keep talking, and we are distracted from that alignment. We are distracted from being aware all the time. So it's not a bad thing, but I'm telling you, if you are really wanting to align and benefit your consciousness to experience that, what we talk about here, the benefits of awareness, then you got to be alone. So the more time you spend alone in such divine places, you are very much aligned, because there is no other distraction that is there. So this is my experience from Ganeshpuri. And this happens in all places. So that is why we say, when people say, let's make a group and go, I say, okay, fine, it's good. But then we must learn to be in silence, we must learn to be alone. Even in the crowd, it is better to learn to be alone. Because what is the world that we live in? The world, the Jagat that we live in is the same. We are there in the crowd, but we are alone. You are there in your big families, but you're alone. You are there among all the friends and parties and all that, but you're alone. You are there in the crowd, the whole population, but you're alone. Actually, you're alone, because the experiences that you have is alone. I always say this: people cannot share your aloneness. Nobody can share your aloneness. If you have pain, only you experience the pain. Even the best beloved person next to you, however strongly they are connected to you, they cannot experience even an ounce of that pain. That means the experience is very personalized. When you are experiencing pleasure or happiness or joy, only alone you can do it. Even if you want to give happiness to somebody, you can trigger happiness in somebody, you can be an inspiration for somebody, but they will have to be inspired, and they will have to trigger that happiness within them. Seeing your happiness, we say, no, spread happiness. How are you going to spread happiness? You cannot spread happiness. You can spread only what you are, happiness or sorrow. So when you are happiness, somebody can look at you and get triggered and get connected to their own source of happiness. That's all that you can do. But you cannot take your happiness and give it to somebody. You cannot. It's a personalized experience. It's a lonely aloneness experience. When you are born, nobody can share that experience with you. Even your mother can't. Even if she says, I want to give you the best, safe kind of experience, nobody can guarantee it. You come with your sanskaras. What is your sanskaras? Depending on your sanskaras and karmas, you experience even the birth. Traumatic, nice, beautiful experience, painful experience. It's aloneness. But at birth, you are alone. You're suffering or enjoying it alone. At death, tell me, even if you are in the best of hospital, even you are if in the best of people around you, the most people who love you, they are all surrounding you. At your death, your experience is unique and will be experienced only by you. Nobody can share that experience. Nobody can make that experience alter. They can trigger something from outside, maybe give you a positive word or try to make you optimistic. But again, everything depends on your own karma and your sanskaras, your state of mind and consciousness. If at that state of mind you are restless, and if your sanskaras have overpowered you in whatever is your dominant sanskara, that will be your experience. Nobody can do anything about it. So you are born alone, you go alone. Even during the lifetime you are alone. Check it out and see. How much ever you try to fill up that gap, you cannot fill up. That's what we are precisely talking today about. What happens when the intense seeking happens? What happens in life, to life, when your seeking becomes more intense? The experiences changes from within. Your life begins changing from within. Within, why I say? Because it's your own experience. Your experiences change, not others' experience. Your experiences change. You might be seeing how your perspectives are, how your seeking also, or how your experiences changes. All these years you must have seen. What is life trying to teach you? What is this whole experience trying to teach? That's what we are coming back to. Because see, when we talk spirituality, I again feel that spirituality is a big cocoon. It keeps you wrapped in some kind of an illusion. It is like moving from one illusion to the other. You have the illusion of the worldly dramas here. Worldly dramas, whole life you have been in so many worldly dramas. And then you have a realization that this is a worldly drama. How can I get out of this worldly drama? Become spiritual. Then you move into spirituality. New things. The dramas seem very odd. Very, very odd. So, spirituality seems to be a life saving event. But eventually, you will all see, as you move in spirituality, you will see that is another world of another big drama. Another big illusion. You can see the illusions that happens in spirituality. So, what has happened? You have moved from one melodrama to the other, from one illusion into the other. Hoping that you will destroy the illusion, you created another illusion. Why? Lack of awareness. If you are a conscious being, if you are fully aware of who you are and what is your purpose on this earth, if you are fully aware of this as a conscious, then only I call them as a conscious being. Who is a conscious being? The one who is aware that I am not this body, I am not this mind, I am not this ego, I am not this intellect. I am none other than the pure me awareness, the soul. Only those can be called as conscious people. So I don't put the terminology as spiritual people. Spiritual people can be unconscious. Spiritual people can be unaware. There is no guarantee that spirituality can enlighten and bring the consciousness in you or make you more aware. No. I have seen spirituality can make sometimes people even more ignorant. Previous ignorance, they become more ignorant. Previously, there is a lot of ego play that is going on. Now there is spiritual ego that is playing. The ego is still there. Quality has changed. Quality has changed, but the restrictions will not change. It will still hold you back. That is why many people are, even after moving to spirituality, are depressed. They don't have freedom. That's the most frustrating experience, because you already know that you have been bound in this world. You're stuck in this world. And then you, with hope, you move towards spirituality, and then after a few years or even a lifetime, you come to know you're still not free. Something is binding you. Freedom is not yet experienced. That is where becomes more frustrating. That is where hopelessness, helplessness comes in. Despair comes in. Fear comes in. Anger comes in. Depression comes in. Is it spirituality to blame? No. It is just this lack of awareness which is there. What is awareness? Awareness means being fully aware of why you are into spirituality also. Most of the time people forget why they are into spirituality. They get stuck in adambars. They begin with a good intent, but over a period of time, if they have not developed that awareness and consciousness, they get lost. And they keep doing everything mechanically and robotically. You must have seen it. What's your own experience? I'm talking from my own personal experience. How I've learned from all these things. So what you believe like can be a savior is the same thing that hinders your progress. That is why today morning also I put a post that nobody can save you from outside. That is another illusion. That's what I'm telling you. The worldly life, you feel like I'm stuck here and I need someone to save me. That is the time your attention goes into spirituality, because there is someone, there is something, there is some body, there is some community, there is some path, there is something there which looks like it is going to save me. Yes, they are all tools, very powerful tools, but they are not the saviors. They are tools to identify and make you aware and conscious that you are your savior. Big difference. When you look at a tool or an instrument or a medium with awareness and consciousness, oh, this is a beautiful tool. This is a powerful instrument or a medium that has come to help me find myself. If you go with this kind of awareness and consciousness, you will succeed, because that is what the purpose of the tool or the medium is. But if you go with the thought and idea that this is going to save me, then you go with a certain kind of hopelessness, helplessness. You go with a certain kind of desperateness. You are desperate to be saved. You throw yourself into that external thing or body or being or whatever, in the hope that that savior saves you. You know, the whole world is waiting for the savior thing. That is why you can see there are avatars coming. All avatars have come as saviors, and now we are waiting for the 10th, 11th, 12th, 20th avatars to come and save us. Even Christianity waits for Jesus, second coming of Jesus. All are in the waiting period. Nobody is in the awareness that all these saviors come, and they have already come many times. Avatars have come only to enlighten you, only to bring out the savior within you, activate the savior within you so that you can save yourself. But the delusion is no. Someone, something is going to come. We are waiting for that. Kali Yuga has come, now we are waiting for the avatar, the new avatar, the promised avatar to come and save us. We wait, we wait. Simple notion, if you just go into awareness and if you just calculate and see, All the avatars, Dasha avatars, they came at periodically time. Why was it not saved till now? If the savior from outside, duty of their savior is to come and save the world, why are we not saved till now? Why is the world not saved till now? Simple common sense questions. Very simple question. Because every time the avatars came, saviors came, they came and instilled something within every human being. They triggered something within. They raised the consciousness of the people in, and they made them more conscious so that they can become conscious of what they are stuck in, what has imprisoned them. So they can see that very clearly. Because when they see they are imprisoned by their own belief systems and their own psychologies and their own mind and ego, they will make an attempt to let go of that which is holding, which they themselves are holding. There is when the secret is revealed that I am my own prisoner. I have imprisoned myself. Nobody has imprisoned me. So if I have imprisoned myself, if I have locked myself because I have put the keys are still with me. Avatars come only to remind you the key is with you. But our delusion is no. The key is with the Savior. We forgot that we have locked the prisons. We forgot when we have done that. We think something from outside has imprisoned us, and now something from outside should come and save us. That is when all the projections go outward, Bahimukhi, outside, waiting for something from outside to come. It might be a path, it might be a master, it might be a community, it might be a faith, it can be a religion, it can be a scripture, it can be a teacher, it can be anybody from outside. But what do all these beings do? They come and only enlighten us. This is what I'm saying. This is that awareness. This is when you are consciously, you are awakened to this fact that I am imprisoned myself, now I got to work on this. And then you move on the path by whatever you have to create, whatever you have to need to be doing in that order. Whatever task you need to carry out, you need to do. But for that, this conscious being now becomes aware that I am 100% responsible for my life, not the savior or not the destroyer. Because nobody from outside is a destroyer, nobody from outside is an imprisoner, nobody from outside thus is a savior. Once this is realized, what happens? Bahimukhi turns antarmukhi. Because I am the cause of my suffering, so I turn within now, not outside. Outside it goes only when we say somebody else is the problem. My happiness, somebody is the problem. I was having a personal session with a close friend of mine, and she was telling, my life is so imprisoned. I feel somebody is using me, somebody is abusing me, somebody is controlling me. Nothing is in my hands. Everything has been done by somebody else. I am so miserable. I'm feeling so lost, so miserable. I have been doing everything for the family, and I am the scapegoat. If something goes wrong in the family or in the relationship, I always take responsibility. I go forth to make things happen. I set things right. I see that something is falling apart, so I take responsibility and go and set it right. Nobody is bothered about my well being. I do everything for the family and for the people around me. Nobody is bothered about me. I'm taken for granted. I'm devalued. There is no value of mine. There is no respect for me. There is no concern for me. There is no care for me. There is no love for me. There is no assistance from anybody. There is no support for me. So I feel lost. I feel alone. After doing all this, after living all this, after raising up children, after looking after my husband, my family, my in laws, my house, the business, the work, everything. Now what has happened? I am left alone. Chonu, Chonu, ba. And I am suffering and I am compromising so much. I said, what's the problem right now? I am feeling miserable. Who made you feel miserable? That person. Because that person has not valued me, has not returned what I have given. The investment that I did in the family never came back. I feel so lost, horrible. My life is a waste. Why? I think you were spiritual, I told her. I saw you in all the divine places. You are meditating so well and doing all the things well. Yes, I know, but there also they don't have respect. That's my interest. I want to pursue spirituality, but nobody is bothered there. I don't get support on that also. I am dependent. I am stuck. The whole session went on in this manner only, and it was very genuine. What the person was facing was very genuine, very deep. Hurts and wounds were very deep. But I just reminded by the end of the session, why is the remote control in somebody else's hand? Whose life is it? Yours. So if it is your life, who should be driving the life? You. So if you are the driver of your life, in whose hand should be the remote? You. Where is the remote? I don't see it. Where is it gone? Oh, it's with my husband, it's with my in-laws, it's with my children, it's with my neighbors, it's with my society, it's with my peers, it's with my colleagues, it's with my employer. Why? Oh, I never thought about it. Yes, you can't press your own buttons because you don't have it in you. Somebody else is pressing the buttons and you are dancing. If you are sad, who gave you the permission to become sad? Is it that somebody else can make you sad when you want to be happy or you are happy? Is it that somebody else can make you happy? Yes, of course. My husband makes me happy. My children make me happy. When? Oh, when they give me love and support, they give me attention. When they give me gifts, when they pamper me, I'm happy. Yes, that's where the remote is. The remote is there. So they can make you happy. If somebody else can make you happy, my dear, please understand, that same somebody can also make you sad. The problem is you are not aware when somebody is making you happy, that happiness is coming from outside. You are just happy because you want to be happy, but you are not an aware being. You are not a conscious being of even studying or noticing or being aware of where is this happiness coming from. Oh, somebody is giving to me. So when somebody is giving something to you, it is a dual world. There cannot be just one. Nobody can only give you happiness and happiness and happiness and peace and peace and peace, tranquility and tranquility, contentment and contentment, joy and bliss all the time. You cannot. It's a dual world. They live in a dual world, you live in a dual world. Dual means what? The opposites also exist. So one day they will give you happiness, one day they will give you sorrow. One day they will give you anger, one day they will give you love. One day they will not care about you, the other day they will give you full support. Why? Duality. Common sense. If you look at how the world functions, it is functioning in duality. Why are you expecting a miracle out of this duality? Why are you expecting oneness in duality? You cannot get non duality while you are living in duality. It is stupid to live in duality and expect non duality. How is that possible? But if you observe closely, we are all in that stupid journey where we expect only love, only concern, only care, only support all the time. We cannot bear with the opposites of it. Isn't that stupidity? To experience that kind of non duality, either one of you has to be in the non dual state. Either the person who's giving that should be in that state, because if that person is in the non dual state, only one reaction will always come in, and probably it will only be peace. That is why when you go to Mahatmas, when you go to all the great mystics, they are only in one zone, non dual state of consciousness. They will only exclude, they will only give out just pure love, peace, silence. And that is why you get influenced by that silence. That is why people run to people like Ramana or Nityananda. Why? Because you don't even have to talk, nothing. You just be in their vicinity, you will get peace and silence. Why? They are in that state of non duality. The opposite cannot happen. You cannot experience anger in front of a Mahatma. You cannot experience lust when you are in the presence of an enlightened being. You cannot experience anger when you are in the presence of a liberated master. Why? Only one non dual state. Now tell me, is your family in the non dual state? Is the world that you live in non dual state? Why are you expecting non duality from them? That is one. If you are expecting from outside non dual state, the only common sense is go to people or connect with people or be with people who are in that non dual state. If they are not in the non dual state, they cannot give you what you are expecting. That is still Bahemukhi, because you are going out to meet saints, to collect that silence, that peace from outside. You are still dependent on outside. Means somebody can make you peaceful outside. Even a Mahatma can make you peaceful outside, but your remote is still with the Mahatma. The moment you move out from that space, you are affected. What I am saying is either the other person should be in that non-dual state, or the best and permanent solution is you start getting into the non-dual state, where you reach that non-dual state and you touch that experience of peace, tranquility, happiness, bliss, joy, whatever, that one state of consciousness, deep silence. When that happens, it does not matter what is the state outside. Who you are with outside, you will remain at peace. Which is better? Bahimukhi or Antarmukhi? Bahimukhi is expecting from outside, even the good things, even non dual stuff, expecting from outside. But that's still stupidity after a certain level. That is why, if you are not conscious and aware of this in your spiritual journey, today or tomorrow, the same spiritual journey also will feel depressing. Because there is expectation in spirituality from outside. The master should do this to you, the path should do this to you, the life coach should do this to you, somebody from outside should do this to you. And the more you are outside, the more you cling on to them, because the remote is in their hands. You want happiness, you have to connect with them, you have to go and meet them, you have to be in their vicinity. If you are not, you get jittery. Remote is in their hand. 6 months passed, 1 month, 1 year passed. I have not done a seminar. I have not done an event. Oh my God, everything is gone down. I need an event. Remote is in their hands. I need to revitalize, re energize myself, bring up my Shakti, bring up my consciousness. When you want to increase Shakti from outside, you are like that car which is dry and needs refueling. You have to go to the petrol bunk. Undoubtedly. That is why we run to petrol bunks to refill our resources, our sources. Because we still believe the energy comes from somewhere else. The consciousness, only somebody else from outside can lift in me. My consciousness is down. I need to go to someone who can raise my consciousness. Good enough. If you're too weak enough, understood. But for how long? Because that external being also is a being, he or she also has generated something within only from which they are supplying to you. So why can't we catch the idea, if that person has the capacity to generate that within themselves and spread it around to others, why can't I dig my own well? Why do I need to go to another well? There are so many wells around. So many wells around. And the funniest thing is, who has dug the well? People have dug it. You go and dig wells, you make the wells deeper because you think everybody has got to drink from it and even you will get to drink from it. Somebody else's well is becoming deeper there. Where is your well? Is somebody telling you dig your own well? Why is nobody telling you dig your own well? Because if they tell you to dig your own well, who's going to dig their wells? The day you understand this, you will spend the resource, time, energy, money, everything on digging your own well. Because if you start investing in digging your own well, maybe it's deep, maybe you don't have water today. But if you keep digging, one day the water will appear. But what if you don't dig itself and you keep on extending and deepening somebody else's wells and go there every time you want to drink, quench your thirst, you have to travel miles there, spend money there, spend energy there, invest your time, compromise so many things to go and drink from that well. That's why I say spirituality is very simple. We have complicated it. And look at the situation. There are wells and wells everywhere around. All around there are wells and everybody is thirsty. Why? Because somebody cannot afford to go to that well. They don't have the money to go to that well. They don't have the resource to go to that well, or they don't have the time to go to that well. And their entire life they have been digging wells outside. And finally, by the end of life, they realize my well is empty and dry. True spirituality is that which makes you dig your own well. You look at great Mahatmas like Nityananda. You look at Ramana. You look at Nisargadatta Maharaj. Look at them. They never invited people to come and dig their wells. When somebody went to Nityananda and said, "The loin cloth, please wear, you are moving naked here. It is so embarrassing for us, for our wives, for the female people. You please wear something." And you know what Nityananda said? Nityananda said, "I never invited people to come and see me. I am living in a jungle. I am not living in cities and towns like you. That is why here, this, and I never invited people to come and see me." See the stupidity again. He says, "I did not invite anybody. If people are coming and seeing me and they are embarrassed on my state of being, they should do something about it. Why should I do something for them?" They are not bothered who comes to them, who don't come to them. But whoever went to them, they made them dig their own wells. Nityananda used to tell, "Don't come here. What is there in this place?" He used to say. "Oh, I am connected. Connect from your home." A Muslim came to him. "My family is not allowing. Big problem. I am going to Makkah, but I thought instead of going to Makkah, let me come here." And my family created a big problem. He says, "Why do you have to come here? You go to Makkah, I am there." Nityananda said, "Don't come to dig my well here. Dig your own well, go." And when he went to Makkah, he saw Nityananda there in the Kaaba. He was completely surprised. How is how is this possible? You are saying. And I see Nityananda in Kaaba. He comes back to Ganeshpuri and says, "I saw you there. How is that possible?" He says, "Yes, I am there wherever you want. You dig your own well, I am there. The water will come to you. But dig your own well. Don't come to this well." Ramana never dug his well. He went to Tirunamalai, he went to Arunachala, and he lived in the caves as a child from 18 years, 16, 17 years. He was living there. And nobody even knew who was Ramana. Even in his adulthood, people didn't know him. When he was nearing his old age, the whole thing spread out that there's some divine being here. And he said, "I never invited people here. I didn't want people around me. That is why I was hiding myself in these rocks and caves and this mountain. But alas, people found me." But whoever came to dig his well there, he said, "Dig your own well." He said, "The self, the God is not here. The Guru is not here," he said. "If you are making me your Guru, this is not the Guru. The real Guru is existing within you. The self, the Guru, and the God are all same and within you. Dig your own well. Don't come and search for me here." Why did he say? Because dependency. He didn't want anybody to become dependent, that they come and travel from so long and come and try to. He said, "Be with your own self. Find out who you are. Don't come to find out who am I here. Who's Ramana? Don't try to discover. Don't try to discover which is the God sitting on this hill. Where is the God in this hill?" He said, "Dig in yourself and find out where is the God in you by asking the simple question, who am I? Find out, who am I? Because when you keep questioning who am I, you will know that you are not who you think you are. You're someone else. Who is that I? That is digging your own well. What do? We go outside and we dig out all the wells. We go into religion. We find out about gods. We find out about all the history of gods, the mythologies, and we get connected to that. And the main source remains unfulfilled. The thirst is not fulfilled. Because every time you want something, you have to go to a temple. Whereas all this great mystic says the temple is within you. You are the temple. आपको ध्याओ, आपको बजो, आप में आपके राम, आप होके रह जाते. You are the God. You are the Lord. That is what Nisargadatta Maharaj also said. So, the real spirituality is where you are taught how to dig your own well, because that makes you independent. You can quench your own thirst. And the day you start digging your own well, the less you will depend on somebody else's well. Why are we running around in this world? Tell me. One job after the other, one relationship after the other, one need after the other, one security after the other. There's so much of running around all the time, Bahemukhi looking outside. If not in this job, it might be in this. If not in this country, it might be in this. If not in this institution, it might be in this. If not in this career, it might be in this. If not in this relationship, it might be in this. It goes on. And then we are trying to quench our thirst from all the wells. And when we don't get water from there, we blame the wells. We tell, oh dear well, you are dry. You cannot give water. What a dry well you are. What little water you have. Dirty, your water is dirty. It's not even clean. Just imagine that situation. You want water and you are going and complaining to the well. You don't give me well. You don't give me water. It is because of you that today I am thirsty. I am dying because of you. I will die out of thirst because of you. See the stupidity? This is what I call as an aware conscious being. Aware conscious being will not fall into this trap, because all the time they are aware of themselves, they are aware of life around them, they are aware of who they are aware of their purpose, that I have to build my own well. That is why when you come into spirituality and when you start walking the path, but if you don't mend your ways, if you don't understand the secret, if you don't understand the message of all divinity, and if you miss the lesson, and if you start making the same mistakes, suffering is bound to come to you. The more you look outside and the less you refuse to see the secret of life, life will trouble you. Mark my words. It will trouble you like anything, I'm telling you. Especially if you are on the path, because on the path you are supposed to be enlightened. You are supposed to become conscious now. You cannot afford to be stupid and foolish. If you become stupid and foolish due to your own ignorance, due to the own ego consciousness, life will keep teaching you. It will show you that all the wells are dry, all the wells are dirty, whichever will you choose. Till the day you realize that I should not try to quench my thirst from these wells. You have an awakening. Oh my God. That awakening is important. Until you have the awakening, you are going to have the suffering. Expectations. Expectations will come from there. All your lack in life, you will expect this well, that well, this well, that well to fulfill your needs. And if they don't fulfill what you want, you will get agitated, you will get depressed, you will get angered, you will lose hope, you will feel suicidal. Why suicidal? Oh, the wells are not giving me. All the wells are same. I was thinking that this well is not deep enough, that well is dirty. And then when I went to a bigger well, thinking there will be good water, this also is the same. पूरी दुनिया वैसी है, सारे औरत जाति ऐसी है, सारे मर्द जाति ऐसी है. These are conclusions from where? These kind of experiences. सबके सब एक जैसी है, और आप कैसे हैं? And when the complaint is outside, मैं अच्छा, दुनिया बुरा. It's always that way. Look at me, the poor me, the nice me. I'm abused, I'm used, I'm troubled by life, everything around. We don't realize it is my own delusion, it's my own mind that is creating all the drama. If you don't realize this, spirituality has not touched you yet. Spirituality has not touched you where it has to touch you. It has not yet served the purpose. Maybe it has come and just given you a nudge, made you little conscious, made you little more intelligent, made you little more wiser than before. But it has not truly touched the source yet. The day that is realized is the day you start walking the true path, real path. All other paths come as trailers to lead you to the real path, that is the inner path, the you, the builder of the own well. Self realization cannot be given from outside, my dear. Any number of events we attend, every month you attend, any programs on this, it will not give you, it will give you an experience of something, or it might give you some trailer of something, that's all, but it will not give you. To have that self realization, you have to dig your own well. You have to become clear of these concepts. The more you depend on anything outside, because this self realization is not an outside game. See the word self. Where is the self? What is realization? I realize the qualities of the self, the purpose of the self. What is the self? I realize. That is self realization. And these are all enlightening things, what I am telling you. Everything opens up to you. All the mysteries, all the secrets are just open to you. But we don't like unraveling our own secrets because somebody has told the secrets is in their pockets. Come, I'll give you secrets. And we go and sit there to listen to the secrets. We are distracted that the secret is going to come from outside. And if you see, the every moment your soul is singing the secret. Every moment the soul is singing the secret. But we have not listened to our own songs. We listen to somebody else's songs and we dance to somebody else's songs. We dance to somebody else's tunes. And then we blame the world is making us dance. Why can't you hear your inner music? Because you have not become aware. You have not become self-aware. You have not become conscious of that inner self. Probably because the world did not tell you it is there inside. That music is ringing inside. Sit down where you are and listen to it. Don't run here and there. Just listen to it for some time. Are you seeing the catch of what? This is what I meant in today's subject. When the intensity of your seeking increases, life will give you enough kicks again and again to tell you, you nut, it's within you. What are you looking outside? Oh, I want to go home. I want to return to the source. I want to merge with myself. Where can I find it? It will give you a slap. Sit down where you are. Oh, no, no, I'm feeling so desperate. I'm feeling like to be moksha. I want to be liberated. Enough of all this, I'm just fed up. I want moksha. And then I go to a place to get moksha. I go to Banaras to have a dip for moksha. I go to some program to attend, get moksha. I go and do some rituals to get moksha. I go and beg and plead with some enlightened being, give me moksha. And then I continue suffering, having the suffering, because nobody from outside can give you that. For that, you will have to settle down and first understand what is life about. What is this self about? What is this self? What is this thing called self, soul? Who am I? Where is this experience? And what is holding me back? Is somebody holding me back from outside? Or is it me only holding? If it is me, who's the me? That is the time I understand my ego consciousness, my mind, the plays of my mind, the dramas of my mind. And then when you become aware of your mind, you say, oh my God, the villain is here. My mind, my ego is the villain. And why am I looking outside to battle all the Ravanas outside? The Ravana, true Ravana is within. My own consciousness that is holding me from getting liberated. Now, once you realize this, will you go outside? You said, no, 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 no. Oh, I am going there. Oh, you go. I have a lot of work to do with myself. You go. You go and seek it from outside. Let me do the seeking here. Then I sit with myself. I become aware of my own thoughts, my own mind, and then slowly life begins revealing what a drama has been played by the mind and how the mind has kept you stuck all this while, and all these years you have been thinking the culprit is something outside or the savior is outside. Now I understand I am my own savior, I am my own imprisoner. That is what Lord Krishna meant when he said to Arjuna, your mind is your biggest enemy, your mind is your biggest friend. Who are the friend and enemies? All within only. So once you understand this, you will understand there's that even if you go outside for something, they are just tools. They are tools that you can take from outside but apply it within only. You must apply it within. You cannot do anything from outside. So there is no disrespect to any of the outer tools. All the tools are excellent. All the instrument, all the beings, all the mediums, excellent. All my teachers, all my masters, all the divine beings, all the temples, all the holy places, all the scriptures, all the philosophy, everything from outside, all the methods, techniques are bow to them. Because they are going to help me. Help me for what? Help me to find myself. Help me to go within. That must be the turning point. That you understand, you realize, you take, like for example, this is a tool where I am speaking here. This also is a medium. This also is outside. You are listening to an outside being only again. But then you have reverence. Okay, I understood. Something enlightened with me. Now I take that and use for my own growth. That is where the catch is. It is not that one day I will find it from this guy something. You are not going to get it. One day something. That is why let me catch hold of him and get. When I was in Ganeshpuri, we want something. Tell us something that's something which can click my life. So still the belief is that somebody can give you outside. I asked them one question: when will this kind of quest end? Ki somebody will give you something. Are you still not realizing? People who came to Ganeshpuri, you have come from somewhere. 2-3 days you spent somewhere. You still didn't get it? Because you didn't get it, you went to another place, holy place. Maybe I'll get it from here. There also you are not getting it. Then you meet a person there. Get us something. Give me that something. There's something in that. Something that can. Are we not realizing it? Still, we went somewhere, never got it. Went another somewhere, never got it. Met somebody, again asking for it. We'll never get it. So this is where you got to become aware. I made them aware. Whereas if you see those as an instrument and then make, what did I say in the start? If you make use of it and go within, you have had it. Anywhere you go, you should have sat there and gone within, but you are seeking outside. In programs, we sit and we, आज कुछ नहीं हुआ. Maybe tomorrow is the punch. Maybe the third day is the punch. Nothing happened. Oh, maybe it's that holy place. Because that is the source again from where this is all coming. So maybe that is more powerful. Let me go there. There also we are seeking some miracle to happen, something to happen from outside, some mala to fall, some flower to fall, some signal, some symbol, some light to be seen, something to be heard in my mind, some divine being to come and do some mystical thing, or some coincidence that I can call as a miracle and feel that something has worked for me somewhere. Mind plays. And while that is happening, I meet someone, oh, maybe this can help. So, everywhere we are only trying to find something, some solution from outside, but never we are aligning. See, if somebody who had gone for any program sat there and just aligned and connected to their within, okay, something is happening outside, but it's an opportunity for you to go within and work on yourself, things would have happened. Or no, you went to Ganesh Puri, okay, fine, it's a beautiful, powerful place, you align with it, you become one with it, non-dual consciousness, and you experience the Nityananda within you, great things would have happened there. That's what I told you, my experience in the start. When I sat, a lot of things happened just in a couple of minutes, which I could not have in that 2.5 days, because all the time I was talking to people. The moment I settled down in front of the Samadhi and aligned, things happened. Or chalo, wo bhi nahi hua. Then we meet this guy and we are talking to him and he's opening that thing and he's telling, what are you seeking outside? Where are you running about? Why are you not getting it still? And what are you seeking from me? So what am I'm talking about? The awareness, the consciousness, the one non-dual consciousness, the alignment. You do that, you'll get it. Okay, we have heard you talking about that. Okay, nothing else to tell. You thought something you must be having to tell. My God, the secret is here. When are you going to apply it? And when are you going to look within? See, everywhere you go, there is some solution because all mediums, okay, fine. But when are you going to apply it and experience it firsthand and see, I can do it? We are all the time, you can do it, please do it for me. And that is why we are always this way. Everywhere we go, they are this way. We have literally become beggars from outside. We're seeking from outside. Do something for me. Help me in this manner. Whereas this seeking should turn within. I'm not saying you don't bow to anything. You don't have to become arrogant. But you have to become awakened and see some stupidity also that's happening in this unconscious behavior of trying to seek something from outside. The same experience only in the gross world, what we have done, same habits only we bring it here. What have we done in the world before becoming spiritual? We have begged for love, we have begged for attention, we have begged for support, we have begged for care from our loved ones, from the world around. We begged for satisfaction from jobs. We begged for contentments from passions or pursuits. Or we begged for satisfaction from careers. We begged for love, concern, care, support from people. And when that did not work, pain, suffering. What is suffering? Is this dejection? And then finally coming to a conclusion, the world is not going to give me anything. The world is fake. My quest is true. My requirement is true, but the world is fake because they cannot nourish, they cannot fulfill me. Then you see the temporariness in everything. Oh, my family. Oh, my relationships. Oh, my jobs, my career, my wealth, my passions, my possessions. Temporary. They start seeing the temporariness. Then you say the world is fake. Maya. Then we come across the word Maya. Sab illusion hai. Nothing survives for long. Nothing can give you happiness from outside. And then we become spiritual. Isn't it? We have all come to the spiritual field in this manner only. दुनिया का ठोकर खाने के बाद we have become spiritual. But when we become spiritual, the samskaras are the same. Quality changes. There in the world, it was seeking outside for all this. Now in the spiritual world, we are seeking from one master to the other, one path to the other, one book after the other, one place after the other. Same samskaras, quality different. Seeking is still outside. And then we expect everything to be fulfilled from outside. And then we come to a conclusion. Oh my God. ये तो उससे भी बदतर है. Many people have told me, स्पिरिचुअलिटी का कभी कभी देख के ना ऐसा लगता है अध्यात्म उससे तो दुनिया अच्छा. बाप रे, आया ये आश्रम में इतना पॉलिटिक्स, वो कम्युनिटी में इतना भेदभाव. स्पिरिचुअलिटी की फिलॉसफीज कुछ अलग है, एक में मैच नहीं होता कहीं से. नथिंग मैचिंग एनीवेयर. Disappointment. Oh my God. Shock. Many are in shock. Why shock? Expectation failed. Hopes failed. Why? Because it was all bahimukhi, seeking from outside. This you must understand. The secret is anything you seek outside, anything, even spirituality included, it will not satisfy you. Only thing that it can satisfy you is you yourself. The day you understand the secret, you will turn within. Even in spirituality or out of spirituality, in religion, out of religion, doesn't matter. You will know the secret. So even if you are in religion, you will go within only. You are in spirituality, you will go within only. Even if the master is in front of you, you will go within and seek the master within. I've been talking enough now. Almost 3 years now. Since COVID times. How to connect with the master within. Why? During the COVID, everybody went berserk. Lockdown and everything closed down and everybody is depressed. People dying. All troubled, and we don't hear anything from outside. What is the message from the community? What is the message from the master? We think the master is not helping us, supporting us. How can we get in touch? Now there is no conditions where even some setup can be done, where some spiritual event can take place. All in a dilemma. And there is death staring at all of us. Anybody can die any moment. First time the world became aware that everything is temporary and any time anybody can go. That is the first time during COVID times that people started living their life to the best. I had heard even that time people going and drinking and boozing and living and doing everything that they have never done, thinking that they are all going to go now. That phase also was there. So in such a time, that is the time I started this shifting into awareness birth at that time only. And that is the time I sat telling people that the Guru is not outside, it is within you, the consciousness. You can correct to that consciousness of an enlightened being through your own consciousness. You don't need external stuff for that. You check out all my lives that I did continuously for months. Continuously, almost every second day or every day. And topics were just the same, and people sat and started. Even people today tell me, oh, that was a saving moment, because that is the first time I became aware something like this also can happen. Because I was thinking only if I go and attend a program, I can connect to my Guru. It's not true. It's not just philosophy that I'm telling. We did the practice and everybody experienced it and experienced the power of it also. What does it mean? It means it's still all within. That is called digging your own well and making your own resources. Because if you depend on the outside, something changes outside, you are going to go. Look at that state. The guru is not available now, all gone. Is it all gone, doomed? It's not doomed. Oh, there is so much of death around. Where is God? God is nowhere. We are searching, we are calling for Him, we are ringing bells, we are doing so many havans, pujas, what all was going on there. Where is the God outside? If you would have turned within and seen the whole drama of how temporary life is, if you would have seen at that time that life is very temporary and can be taken away in a few seconds without you even knowing, your quality of life would have changed. You would have said that, whatever I live now, I live in complete awareness. And whatever I left unfulfilled, let me finish that. The focus would have gone there to finish your unfinished task in awareness. It wouldn't have just triggered into a survival mode where everybody is just thinking how to survive. Spirituality all gone for a toss that time. Because that time the first priority was only how to survive. अच्छे अच्छे स्पिरिचुअल को देखा मैं, दे आर रनिंग रेस फॉर इंजेक्शंस एंड boosters and God knows what. All the spiritual pages just turned into this injection is better or that injection is better, or what is the losses, or what is the current scenario, how many deaths are happening, how many are being saved, how many are collapsing, what are the dangers, what are the precautions, all gone into that survival mode, existing mode, survival of the fittest. And all the spiritual bodies, silence. There was only silence prevailed from all the spiritual ends. No remedies, nobody. Everybody is delusioned. Nobody knows now what. Till now we were feeling that we are the saviors of the world. We are saving humanity. And here at time the divinity shows nobody can save anybody. First you save yourself. Now, everybody was busy saving themselves now. Forget saving the world. These are the lessons that life teaches us. It's not as lucrative as it seems or it looks. So everybody was forced to go within. That was the only option. And the first hint that life gave us was lockdown. Lockdown means enough of running outside. Just shut down and sit within. Go within. Be within. Be with yourself. Face yourself. Don't run around. That was the first symbolic message that came with lockdown. That is exactly what's happening even right now in our lives. It is a chain reaction. You go and seek outside, you get disappointment. When you get disappointment, you run within and say, I want moksha, I want liberation. Fed up. I am fed up of all this. I just want to get out of all this nonsense. And the more the seeking to go to the source, the more trouble, the more strong all these truths will start appearing to you. The more intense you seek, I want to finish my journey as soon as possible. Immediately all the unlearned lessons will come up and stand in front of you. Because until you complete that, you cannot have moksha. We say life is becoming so cruel. I am asking for liberation and here another bunch of new problems coming. कभी मेरे लाइफ में चैन आएगा कि नहीं, कभी मेरे लाइफ में शांति आएगी कि नहीं, will there be a solution in my life? But we are not aware. We are only asking this. The more you seek to evolve in the spiritual journey, the more unfinished, unresolved issues will come and stand in front of you. That's not a punishment. You asked for it. Oh, I didn't ask for problems. No, you asked for evolution. And evolution cannot happen until you eradicate the problem. Simple. So it comes, okay, first finish all this, then only you can. However lucrative that is. As a child, the child will keep looking at the ice cream or that dish, sweet dish, while eating food. I want that. No, first finish your food. First finish what is in your plate. Then you will get that beautiful dish. Even if the child cries, nobody is going to give an ice cream in between the food. No, 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 complete it, finish it. Now that's an incentive for the child. Oh, I want that. So let me finish this. Even if the food is not tasty, he'll try to finish it so that I can have the ice cream. That ice cream is your liberation. And what you don't like is already on your plate. What is in your plate, you got to finish it. So the more intense you seek, the more these things will come in front of you, which you might not like. Probably you have been avoiding and dodging all your life and seeking, trying to have a bypass and go to God. So you are not looking at it. But the only thing is, you can't go to God until you finish your whole plate. So the moment you seek God, the plate will come in front of you. And you'll say, what a merciless world is this. I am seeking to God for solutions and more problems are coming in my plate. I'm sure you will relate it with your life. One after the other, people say one after the other problems only. They're not problems, they're all standing in queue. Finish it off one by one, one by one. When will it stop? When you finish it. Or there is another way to temporarily stop it. Stop the seeking. Right. Drop all your spiritual seeking for some time. For 1 or 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, or half a year. Take a long break from spirituality and divinity and the moksha stuff. And just settle with life. Suddenly you will see everything has become nice. Everything is going goody goody. You just see this, I'm telling you. Disconnect from the self and be in the world, in the Maya Jagat. You will float in the Maya and this will become real to you. When this becomes real to you, it cannot become your suffering. Only when it becomes unreal to you can it be your suffering. When can it become unreal? When you look there. When you look there, you automatically know this is all temporary, this is all false. Then they start becoming a suffering. But the moment you cut off from there and you come and sink into this world, everything is blissful, everything is nice, nice, nice. There's so much of security, there is so much of love, there is so much of care, there's so much, but all that is false. One day it will be taken out from you. But at that moment we don't think. We think this is the best. Because it is on a state of consciousness. If you are in a lower state of consciousness, what is lower, you feel that is the truth. There is nothing apart from this. Even if somebody from higher dimensions tell you, no, that's not. Shut up. You can't see how beautifully I am enjoying here. Everything is going a mess. This gives me so much of security and so much of faith and maja. It gives a purpose of life. It makes me feel my existence. I feel so purposeful here. And then something happens here. Again, the same game. This is all hopeless. The whole world is like that. Blah, 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 blah. This is not good for anything. I don't want. I was better off in my spiritual journey. Tension in it. Alone I was. Simply I came back into all this nonsense. Let me dump all this and go back there. This is a constant jump that we are having all the time. We are not aware of this. This is what I am trying to make you aware. We are not aware of what is happening in this transition, how we are running from here to spirituality, from spirituality back to this. Not exiting this game. Until you see this whole game, you cannot exit. It all depends on the state of consciousness. That is why I prefer to only speak to a few people here. Speak in the sense, share what I have to share, because only few people it will make sense. To the rest of the people, To the rest of the people, it is still glamour spirituality. It's still in the doing. It's so much outside, bahimukhi. So somebody convinces from outside, don't worry, you are safe if you do this. Enough. They will sign up for that contract and put it there. But they do not know that's not for long. One day they will have to face themselves, today or tomorrow. That can be very distressing. From my own experiences and experience that I see around, I warn people literally. But if they still love to experiment and not learn from others, okay, go ahead. Maybe you have many lifetimes with you that you can experiment. Okay, do it. Try it and check it out. You'll come to know. It's all on the state of consciousness. You can only talk to people who are ready on that level. If you're sitting here and watching, you're ready to hear these higher truths. Not for your own sake. You're ready to digest this. Many people cannot digest this. It's very repulsive. This is very distressing for many. I've seen people get triggered like this when you all talk these things, because they have a strong conditioning and belief that that is how life functions. And they will not break their belief until they learn out of it. And they will learn today or tomorrow, maybe this lifetime or next lifetime, but it will happen. One day the egg will break. It will show what is illusion to us. And that is going to happen because that is how life works. But that is how life teaches. And until that, we are going to have these lessons. So it is upon us whether we want to extend our sufferings and sorrows, learning lessons, or just understanding it from a very mature point of view, catching the message, becoming aware, and changing. To the ones who live in lower consciousness, these are triggers. See, whether it is trigger for you or not, it is the ultimate truth. I am talking the ultimate truth. So the whether it does not depend on whether we like to hear it or not. Divinity is not concerned whether you like it or not, because everybody has to go through this test. Everybody has to evolve and come to that state. But it is very patient. Life is very patient. You can take eons and thousands of years to realize this and remain in your own ignorance. But one day or the other, you have to break the ice. One day or one janma. For people who have broken this ice in this janma, this is their janma, where the ice is broken, everything is revealed. From here, it's a different enlightening experience and different awakening. A life of awareness, light of full conscious awareness. You're conscious about where you are going, who you are, what you do. You're conscious about the world around you. Everything is there. State of consciousness. It might appeal to us here. It will not appeal to everybody. Try telling these things to your home people. Or to your friends. Or to your other spiritual friends who are still stuck in the glamour stuff. Jitters. Level of consciousness. So, when we become aware of these facts, we become grateful, we become humbled, we become so thankful that this kind of life secrets, the end of the mysteries of all these secrets are being revealed to us. Through our inner being only, it is being revealed to us. We become grateful enough. Because only when your prarabdha thins that you can even digest these things. Your prarabdha has to thin to a large extent. Then only you will even understand and align with what I say here. Otherwise, it will be denial. You might listen to my philosophy, but your soul will not. Your ears might be like this, but your mouth will be like this. Sad. because inner being is not able to digest this. Why? There is prarabdha still. There are still a lot of sanskaras which are stuck in the worldly stuff. Consciousness is showing you one thing, your ears are telling you something else. Conflict inside. Who wins? The wolf that is fed the most. The soul consciousness or the ego consciousness. If you feed the ego consciousness, unwanting to change and bring that transformation, the ego consciousness wins. But if you feed your soul consciousness by becoming more aware and settling in the truths and experiencing it, practicing it, soul consciousness wins. Ego cannot win there. That's the only battle that's going on within. That's our only challenge that is there within. When one realizes that it is all a game, it is difficult playing it. Surely, surely, no doubt. And that is what awareness is about. Once you realize it's all a game, different kind of a game, you now become a witness. You don't play the game. If you get seriously stuck in that role again of lower gross consciousness, what is the lower consciousness? It is full of feelings and emotion. It's stuckness in the emotions. What is the higher field of the plane of consciousness? It is more with the intellect. It is more above the intellect, which is awareness. It begins with the intellect. Intellect means the decision to see the false and the right. The decision to choose between right and wrong. That is intellect. It will give you a discrimination, very clear. Viveka will tell you, oh, this is the game and this is not. Okay, it will tell you which to choose. This is the game. Should I go with the game or should I stay away from the game? Should I immerse my emotions and feelings and drown in that feelings of emotions, or should I rise to the intellect and watch this feeling without get drowned in it? Please understand this. Lower gross consciousness is the world of emotions and feelings. Feelings, I don't mean the perceptions. Feelings mean the feelings that you get carried away with the emotions. What is emotions? Emotions are nothing that they are vasanas, they are sanskaras. There are two types of emotions, the high and the low. Ecstatic emotions, depressive emotions. Both are bondage. Ecstatic means hyper, excited, super duper. You are like, oh yeah, we got it. Emotions, hyper emotions, positive emotions. Opposite of that, depressive, crying, weeping, sorrowful, disgust, hatred, revenge, fear, doubts, insecurity. This is all the emotions of the lower, opposite. How does fear act in front? Fear is a vasana, it's a tendency, it's a sanskara. How will fear act in your life? It will take the form of emotions of fear, bhaya, heart beating fast, getting panic attacks, salivating or loss of saliva, dry mouth, perspiration, sweating, restlessness. These are all emotions of fear. Emotions of doubt, same. It creates doubt within. It wants to check, double check. Emotions of anger. Anger is a tendency, it's a vasana again. It converts into irritation, quick reactions, outbursts, shouting, yelling, and then there is grief, sadness, disappointments. tendencies, samskaras. They take the form of emotions, depressedness, crying, weeping, sniffing, sulking, isolation, being alone. I want to be left alone. I don't want anything. It's isolation coming from deep sadness. That should not be mistaken with aloneness. Loneliness is different, aloneness is different. Loneliness is when you disconnect from the world and shut out yourself and sit in your cocoon and say, I want to be alone. I just want to be left alone. I don't want to connect with anybody. That is depressive. That emotion is not spiritual. It's a depressive. It's a trigger. You want to avoid the triggers from people. So you cut off. Aloneness means even in a crowd you're fine. You don't find a separate place. You are sitting well in the family. You are sitting in your own silence. You are sitting in a crowd in a theater, but in your own aloneness. You भीड़ में भी तन्हा थे. That aloneness is giving you peace, a certain joy, a certain blissfulness, a certain balanced state. And you are not bothered by anything. You are not seeking isolation. You don't care if you are in the world, if you are not in the world, if you are in a party, if you are not in a party. Doesn't matter. That is aloneness. Small difference. You can misunderstand it for aloofness when you want to be aloof. It is nothing but an emotion of a sanskara. Some impressions which is there, negative impression, is taking the form of emotions. Same opposites. Super joy, happiness, bliss, ecstasy, passion, all these have different emotions again. They seem very positive. Both are binding. Emotions means binding. Because emotions mean you are a victim of that samskara. Emotions are indications of your samskara. There is something deep down there which is translating into this, into your life. It helps you identify there is something down there. This is the world of emotion, which is in a still gross state of consciousness. It is not awareness, it is opposite to awareness. Above emotions comes the life of viveka, intellect, where you are seeing what is right, what is wrong. This is good for me, that is bad for me. Oh, you are seeing this also. The difference between the two emotions. You are even understanding, and then you are taking decisions accordingly. My mood is going down. My intellect is hampering, my emotions are hampering me. So there's a choice that comes to you through the intellect. Should I sulk or should I take up a good book and read it? Should I go depressed or should I open up a YouTube channel and see something positive or something higher? Intellect makes you do that. It is above the emotions. Intellect is the master. Emotions cannot rule it. Whereas in this state, emotions are ruling even the master, that is the intellect. Intellect has no authority. If somebody is depressed, they will be depressed. Somebody is sad, they will be sad. Somebody is sulking, they will be sulking. Somebody is angered, they will be angered. If somebody is complaining, they will be complaining. Somebody has doubt, they will have. That emotions will keep one rooted in that all the time. Where? Because the intellect is not working, viveka is not working. So above, one step above the gross consciousness is the life of intellect. But there's something above the intellect, that is awareness. There is no decision making also. that this is good for me, this is bad, that also is suspended. Awareness just witnesses. Good, bad, ugly doesn't make any difference. It is aware of everything. It is aware of all these games. What we are talking right now, it becomes aware. I am talking from this awareness. How do you see all this? Only if you are aware, you can see the drama of emotions. Where is the emotion is connected to that samskara. From there it is coming. And you see the whole thing. You are just seeing, no reaction. Not judgment also. But you are aware of it. Awareness will start cleansing it. Because you are not giving heed to it. You are not giving attention to it. Attention means you are giving it more fuel. Even intellect can give fuel to it. Emotions can always give fuel to it. Awareness will not give fuel to it. Anything. It will just watch. So when it is separate witness and it keeps only watching and observing and witnessing, it becomes powerless. And slowly those emotions or that samskaras keep erasing on its own, because now there is no fuel to it. Because there is no fuel to it, there is no other option but to let it go and not let it matter you. What matters at that state of awareness is you know who you are. You know what you are here for, what is the life purpose, and you know what all this nonsense is serving in your life now. You become aware of it. Oh, my life purpose is this, and what is this emotion doing to me? It is pulling me down. What is this insecurity doing to it? It's pulling me down. It's bringing me back to my gross consciousness. You become aware of everything. You see everything in the light. It's all the state of consciousness. That state of consciousness cannot be explained to this state of consciousness. If somebody in the gross state of consciousness, very difficult from the state of awareness to tell this, because at this level of consciousness, this is the reality. Only this is real. This emotion is real. This feeling is real. This experience that I'm having, this is real for me. That's illusion. That is why living a life of awareness is very important. You got to practice it again and again so that you can see the catch of Maya, the ignorance. There was a father once who was very attached to the children, very possessive, obsessed with children, family, my wife, my children, my wife, my children. And then he was on his deathbed once. And when the death was occurring, he was still very attached to his wife and children. And when he left the body, he was hovering around there, he couldn't go anywhere farther. He just wanted to be close to his wife and children. That's all that his awareness knew. That is all his experience was. And the soul has no body, doesn't know anything. The soul only knows emotions. When you leave the body, the first thing that will act is your emotions. How you have felt about certain things, that is going to come up dominant, and that feeling and that emotion is going to overtake you, and then that will decide your next future birth. Where is that feeling coming from? Your sanskaras. Where is the samsara coming from? Your karmas. That is why they say, as your karma, your next birth. But I am bifurcating. Karmas are nothing but your sanskaras. Sanskaras get translated into your emotions. Emotions which you strongly feel become in your chitta. Very strong. Your experience, your reality. Your reality is your experience, your emotions. So whatever emotions you live whole life very deeply in, that becomes a part of your chitta. When you leave your body, that becomes your experience. And the chitta can only see that, only experience that, nothing else. So this father who left the body was only feeling my wife, my children, my wife, my children. Nothing else it mattered. Self gaya. Only my wife, my children. So the soul is hovering there. Now it wants to touch its children, feel its children, have an interaction with the children, because so long the old man has spent. And now suddenly it has no body. So it wants a body. It's seeking there. And outside the gate, outside the door, it sees a pig, pregnant pig. And say, and all that it knows is that the pig is the closest now to the family. Now in the family there is nobody getting married, or all children are young. So there is no possibility for that soul to enter into that family. If there is a possibility, there are these cases also. This is Pitruloka. Those who are hell bent on getting into the family only to experience it, go to the Pitruloka and wait there. Let me have an opportunity to get into this family. Either through a son or grandson or grandchild, some way, or through a servant, some enter through some way and enter into that family. Pitrus, they wait for it. So that is one way, and this soul intuitively knew that there is no immediate chance. So the most immediate that he saw the pig outside the home, and he goes into the womb of that pig and gets born as a piglet. And the piglets are there, 4 or 5 piglets are there, and these children get very used to the piglets, cute little piggies, and they start giving it food and all that and all. The mother pig dies, and only these piglets are there, which are growing up now. So as the piglets are growing, one of the piglet is their father. Now the children are playing with it. The father, the attached pig, is always playing with the children, always there in front of their house, waiting for the children. The other pigs are in their own world. But this has got the vasana, the emotions stuck of attachment, deep attachment, emotions of deep attachment. That brings the pig there, and the children are playing with it. And the pig is enjoying this company which it had missed. Children also unknowingly, intuitively are playing with their father. One day a guru comes there, a master is going, a yogi is passing from there, and he observes this. He comes to know that one human soul is stuck in the pig. So he approaches the family and he reveals. He says, that one pig is no one but your father. They say, what nonsense. Then this master tells everything about the past. He was this was his liking, he was very fond of this child, and he wanted, these were his cravings and passion. They were all shocked. All very true. Now they fall at the feet of the guru and say, master, and say, how do we save our father? He says there is a vidhi, there is a process. You come to my ashram, I'll tell you how to do that. Tomorrow you come to my ashram, we will do that ritual, that process where we can liberate it. Now the pig is also hearing it. Pig is scared. It is lying in the gutter. So next morning these people are preparing to go to the guru for liberating their father, and this pig comes out from the gutter fully stenched in dirt and says, don't dare anybody go to that yogi. Children says, Papa, but we have to save you. You are stuck in this. He says, no way. But you are suffering. He said, who said so? Oh, you're a pig. Doesn't matter. I am having a gala time here. And he says, if you really go there, I'm going to leave this place. So please don't go. I'll be here. And he jumps back into this pile of dirt, complete dirt, stenching, stinking dirt, and he's swimming in that, and he says, I am having a gala time. I don't want to leave this place. Please leave me alone. This is what I'm trying to say. For the piglet, that state of consciousness, that is the reality. That is the ultimate bliss. That is everything. That attachment to the children, that little petty things, that dirt, that world of his, even though it is unreal and useless and it is bonding, he says, no, I don't want to get out of this. Even if there is help coming, I don't want. This is life for me. This is what I'm trying to say. The consciousness matters. Even if somebody is trying to say, that is how All the great masters also try to save their disciples, try to save the world by telling so many things. Don't get stuck in it. This is going to get you into suffering, get you into who listens? Suffering, this is enjoying for us. This is enjoyment for us. Who says suffering? The doctor says you have got diabetes, you cannot eat sweets. You go and hidingly eat. Oh, but the doctor is saying this. And doctor is a psycho. Don't think about it. Yeah, he's a psycho. Because my experience is this is bliss for me. Even in this plane, even if it is giving me disease, even if it is giving me suffering, I am going to eat it. I've seen so many people who have got all digestive disorder. They love eating it. They cannot. They will suffer, but they will not leave it. Alcohol will destroy their liver, but they will enjoy drinking it. Life for them. Mara to mara, chalo dekhenge. That's reality for them. A person who is practicing awareness constantly and developing awareness will suddenly become aware of all these things. When you become clearly aware means what? No partiality there. It's sincerely you're aware. So if you see your own flaw, oh, this is demeaning. This is taking me down. This is going to give me more sufferings. You will become alert there. You will not say, देखेंगे जब हुआ तब देखेंगे. That is conscious living. That is true spirituality. That is why in glamour spirituality देखेंगे जब होता है तब देखेंगे. अभी है ना मजा करो. अभी मजा मा. We are now in fun. वो बाद में देखेंगे. भोग और मोक्ष. मोक्ष बाद में. पहले भोग. पहले सब कर ले. भोग कर ले. भोग कर ले. एंड they don't even know भोग के चक्कर में they get entrapped in that भोग and then that becomes their reality. मोक्ष तो दूर की बात. I've seen this. I've experienced it myself also. Why me? I'm telling you. Lord Shiva came and told the Rishi Mandalas. All the rishis engaged in Karma Kanda. Shiva came and warned them. What are you doing? Oh, we are doing yagna. For what? To save the world. That's okay. For how long? It will go on. There is nothing called saving the world. This is a dual world. It is going to be as it is. It is bound by the three gunas. Rajas, Tamas and Sattva. It is going to always be there. Never in history it has happened that this Prithvi Loka has become only this. Only one, non-dual. Why? Because this is a platform for people to come and experience. It's a bhog place. People experience their karmas here. Suffering also is experienced on Prithvi and even bliss is experienced on Prithvi. So how can you make it all perfect here? Where are the life lessons going to be? But I don't like it. You don't like it. Exit. That is moksha. Get out of this plane. You will not come back here again. But you are not going to change the platform here. So the rishis say that we are doing karma kanda. We are doing this homan for saving the world. Lord Shiva says, when are you going to save yourself? Because you are not even aware that you have got stuck in this karma kanda. Because when you do a karma, you are bound by the results. Obviously, when you do any karma, you are going to get the results. When you get the results, you are going to further create karma in that. You are stuck in that. You have created bliss, health, well-being, goodness and everything, abundance, everything you have created. But you are not aware that you are stuck in that abundance and prosperity yourself. Because the comfort of that result of that karma has made you comfortable. You are not thinking about exiting it. Are you seeing the catch? At that level also. So Upadesha Saram was given to them saying that quit all this is not going to give you liberation. You are going to be stuck here. At that level this happens. What about us? See, they are justifying at that level. We have a higher purpose. That is why we are doing this. It's an excuse. According to Ramana, it is still ego consciousness. Even wanting to do something for this world, ego consciousness. I was talking to somebody the other day and she told me, no, I'm feeling unfulfilled because I want to serve the world. I want to do this. That is why I'm feeling not complete within myself. So I come back. I want to see all the world smiling, happy, healthy. Wherever I go, it should be blissful. I want to make a change in this world. I said, to make a change in this world, first change yourself. You got to transform yourself. And then you don't even have to think about transforming the world. Your being is enough. It will, whatever has to be done, it will do. Because having agendas of saving humanity, you are indirectly telling the creator, you have not made a perfect world, and I know how to make your world perfect. Look at this incomplete. What a stupid world you have created. So, dear creator, let me rectify your mistakes. Let me make a perfect world and give it to you. Now tell me, is that arrogance or ego? What do you call it? And for that one, the creator, the whole Big Bang theory, the whole cosmos, the Shrishti, how much time did it? Within seconds, anicca, it was created. Whole Maya Jagat. Why? Because that being wanted to just experience this cosmic play. It's a play of consciousness, cosmic drama. So the creator is enjoying the drama. And somebody in that role stands up and says, this whole drama I am going to recreate now. Let me give a different experience. How would that be? If that being has created it for drama, it can withdraw it again within seconds. That is what you call as pralay. The day the game is over, everything unwinds into that nothingness, everything is gone. And this has kept happening again and again. Now imagine somebody like us coming and trying to make the change in that plan. Doesn't seem good, right? So Ramana used to tell always the people who wanted to save the world. Ramana, you are sitting here in loincloth, half naked. There people are dying of hunger and so much of floods happening, earthquakes happening, so much of suffering in this world. You are sitting here and giving philosophies. How are you contributing to the world? And Ramana said, you can't even fathom how I am helping the world or not helping the world. It's not your area of even understanding. Because you feel to help this consciousness, humanity, you got to be standing there amongst people and doing a lot of things. That is your feeling. But the reality is, you can do a lot even through your silence. And he said, if you really want to save the world, save yourself. Transform yourself. Because the day you transform yourself, you don't have to go seeking the people will come seeking you. That's the power of that transformation that happens. So the best way to save the world, transform the world, is to transform yourself. These are higher truths, cannot be digested by people who are living in the gross consciousness. Even if they are spiritual or so-called highly spiritual. Kannu, I am going to ask my master, where you have been so long? As Devi Amma asked her Guru, as this self is working towards that time. What do you think the Guru will tell you? Even if you happen to meet the Guru and say, where were you all this long? I've been suffering alone here. I felt so alone, deprived. Where were you when I needed the most? This is what Devi Amma asked her Guru, Agastya Mahamuni. She was going through immense suffering. And one day, when it all vanished, all the suffering just got moved away. She saw it was the grace of the master, Agastya Mahamuni. So she said, Appa, Appa means father. Appa, where were you all these years? If you promised you are going to be here and you are going to take care of me and everything and all, where were you all these years? Why did you let me suffer? Agastya Mamuni's message, the reply was, this Amma only told me, Devi Amma only told me this experience of hers. And she said, Appa told me it was important for you to realize all this. It is only through suffering you are going to realize it. And what is suffering? Suffering is what you have done once upon a time and it is just repeating itself back to you. What you call karma. Did it just fall from him? He didn't say this, I am telling you. Did it just fall out of nowhere into your lap? Suffering? No. Because it's working on cause and effect. You are the cause for it. Now the effect is coming to you. Amma told me, Devi Amma told me, the day you realize this, son, the day you realize this, that whatever is happening to you is happening because of your own doing. It is now coming back to you. You will not react and you will become a silent observer to that. That is maturity, she said. Spiritual maturity. Because then it will not affect. It is not that Devi Amma doesn't have problems even today. Outlook has changed. Because now suffering or misery or happiness, you are not identified with any of them. Previously, it is our identification. I am identified with happiness. That is why I get identified with sorrow also. But if you be indifferent to happiness, you will be indifferent to sorrows. So if you ask your guru one day, where have you been all this long? Probably you are going to get this kind of a answer. A deeper answer is that no guru leaves you. Because the guru, the self and God are same. It is your soul consciousness only which is the guru. How can you ask your soul, where were you all this long? The guru will laugh and say, I was you, I was in you. Is it my error that you sought me outside? And very true. Who was the one who was guiding Devi Amma through all that sufferings? And who was the one who brought it eventually out? Because suffering means what? Prarabdha karma. She cannot escape. Any great person also cannot escape. You have to be a part of it. But during that prarabdha karma, there is a force that was supporting and taking her through that. Through the turbulent waters. That is the guru. If you realize and become more aware and conscious of your own self, you will realize that that guru is within you. And that is the protecting force. So it is actually foolish to even think that the guru didn't save me. And as in this case, Amma's case, I say, where were you all this time? And that force, guru force, may ask, then who saved you? How did you survive through all this? You didn't realize it that time. Today, when you see my form, when I appear in front of you, you realize, Bhai okay, now you are there. Where were you? These are all leelas played by the same divinity to give us so much of experience, so much of deeper revelations of all these experiences that everything is one, everything is there. See, in so many ways it can be happen. So all these kind of experiences that many people are having will drive them inside. More pain and suffering, more disappointments due to your lack of fulfillment of your expectation from the outside world, the more you will start running inside. That is why I made that video that suffering is grace. It is that suffering only that brings you into spirituality, that propels you towards that. Suffering brought me here today, I am telling you. Immense suffering only brought me into spirituality, and I am telling you, even today, suffering only is taking me again inside. That is the case for all of us. Are you aware of it? Only your suffering you will be made to ponder within. If there is no suffering, you will get lost again in that Maya very easily. But sometimes in between, when a nudge is given, a suffering is given, that is the time, instead of feeling that this is a suffering, you become aware of it. Oh, what is life trying to knock me, tap me on? Oh, I get the message. Why is that suffering coming? Because it doesn't want you to stop and retrace back. It wants you to keep going. The moment you make a mistake, you get for it. So it keeps you alert all the time. Is that a boon or is that a curse? That is why I said suffering is grace. It's grace in disguise, God in disguise, divinity in disguise, working through that so that it is propelling you further. That is why many of you are facing even this lack of interest in worldly activities. These days I am having, because after I started these deeper sessions, after I started these deeper sessions, people are going deeper and trying to be in their awareness, self, and then they are having different mystical experiences as they do that. Some are getting even deeper and deeper and writing back to me on all this experience. I am feeling this ecstasies that they are experiencing, the stillness and the blankness, the nothingness, and many suddenly losing interest in the world. Many are losing interest in their professions, in their so-called activities which they were so active in once upon a time. Why is this happening? It is nothing to be distressed about. It is a natural process where you are losing interest in the fake world, in the illusionary world. You are driving more towards your inner world. Now, all that requires is your smartness on keeping this balanced. You cannot say by philosophy, you cannot go by philosophy. Oh, spirituality means everything, that I got to leave everything, and that's philosophy. That's not in your experience. Gradually proceeding is taking life as it comes. It will keep unwinding automatically. Yeah, Kanuve, that's right. Amartya, yes, said right. I was reading this other day. This will be of very much significance to you. So, this is about living in this world. Once anyone decided to proceed from the theory to practice on the basis of Bhagwan's teachings, the question was apt to rise how that affected his life in the world. Hinduism does not necessarily enjoin physical renunciation for active spiritual seekers, as did, for instance, the original teachings of Christ or Buddha. On the contrary, the state of householder is honored and the path of right action is a legitimate path. In fact, the classical system in ancient India was that man should retire into the homeless state only after having fulfilled his desires as a householder and had an adult son or sons to replace him. However, the doctrine of non duality, together with the path of self inquiry, which is based on it, it has been traditionally recognized as suitable to the world renouncer. It was therefore natural that Bhagwan's followers often asked him whether they should renounce the world. At the same time, it was a remarkable indication of the time of the amount of spiritual determination which still remains in modern India for renouncing the world does not mean living a solitary life in a little house and a garden of one's own, as it might in the West, or even retiring to the austere security of a monastery or an ashram, but going forth homeless and penniless, depending on the charitable food and clothing, or sleeping in a cave or temple or wherever possible. It does sometimes happen in modern times that a sadhu accepts a small grant from his family, enough to buy food and simple clothing, but even so, it is bare, hard life. Nevertheless, there were constant requests to be allowed to take this life, and constantly Bhagwan withheld permission. The work was internal and had to be done in the mind, whatever the conditions of life. Now, this might have been little high English because it has been written by Arthur Osborne. He just defined what Bhagwan's take is. If you have understood, good. If you have not understood it, no problem. Bhagwan is, in his own words, he's saying this, you will understand. So Bhagwan says, why do you think you are a householder? The similar thought that you are a sannyasi also will haunt you even if you go forth as one. Whether you continue in the household or renounce it and go and live in the forest, your mind haunts you. The ego is the source of thought. It creates the body and the world and makes you think of being a householder. If you renounce, it will only substitute the thought of renunciation for that of the family and the environment of the forest for that of the household. But the mental obstacles are always there for you. They even greatly increase in the new surroundings. Change of environment is of no help. The one obstacle is the mind itself, and this must be overcome whether in the home or in the forest. If you can do it in the forest, why not in the home? So, why change the environment? Your efforts can be made even now, whatever be the environment. So, the devotee asks, is it possible to enjoy samadhi while busy with the worldly work? Bhagavan says, it is the feeling that I work that is the hindrance. Ask yourself, who's the one who works? Remember who you are. Then the work will not bind you. It will go on automatically. Make no effort either to work or to renounce it. Your effort is the bondage. Whatever is destined to happen will happen. If you are destined to work, you will not be able to avoid it and you will be forced to engage in it. So leave it to the higher power. It is not really your choice whether you renounce or you retain as you choose. When women carrying jars of water on their head stop to talk, they are very careful, keeping their mind on the water jars. He's telling whenever village women converse, they don't lose themselves in the conversation. They are full time conscious of the pot of water. Similarly, when a sage engages in activity, his mind remains fixed in the self and his activity does not distract him. Devotee asks, I believe celibacy is necessary even for a householder if he is to succeed in self inquiry. Am I right? Bhagavan says, first find out who the wife and the husband are. Then the question itself will not arise. Devotee asks, isn't brahmacharya necessary for realizing of the self? Bhagavan says, brahmacharya means living in the Brahman. It has no connection with celibacy as commonly understood. A real brahmachari is the one who dwells and lives in the Brahman and finds bliss in Brahman, which is the self, which is the same as the self. Why then should he look for sources of happiness? In fact, it is emergence from the self that is cause of all misery. Emergence means if you leave the self and come out, that is the cause of all mystery. Bhagavan, a devotee asks, but isn't celibacy or brahmacharya necessary for yoga? Bhagavan says, it is one aid to realization among many others. Devotee says, then it is not indispensable. Can a married man realize the self? Bhagavan says, certainly yes. It is a question of fitness of the mind. Married or unmarried, A man can realize the self because the self is here and now. If it were not, but were obtainable by some effort at future time, it if it were something new to be acquired, it would not be worth seeking, because what is not natural cannot be permanent. What I say is that the self is here and now, and it alone is. Devotee asks, is it necessary to take sannyasa in order to attain self realization? Bhagwan, sannyasa means renouncing one's individuality, not shaving one's head and putting on orchard or orange robes. A man may be a householder, but if he does not think he is one, then he is a sannyasi. On the other hand, he may be wearing a ochre or orange robe and wander about, but so long as he thinks that he is a sannyasi, he is not one. To think about one's renunciation defeats the purpose of renunciation. What do you mean by taking sannyas? Do you think it means leaving your home or wearing robes of a certain color? Wherever you go, even if you fly up into the air, your mind will go with you. Or can you leave it behind you and go without it? Why should your occupation or duties in life interfere with your spiritual effort? For instance, there is a difference between your activities at home and your activities in the office. In your office activities, you are detached, and so long as you do your duty, you do not care for whatever happens and whatever the results, whether its result is gain or loss to the employer. Your duties at home, on the other hand, are performed with attachment, and you are all the time anxious whether they will bring advantage to you and your family. But it is possible to perform all the activities of life with detachment and regard only the self as real. It is wrong to suppose that if one is fixed in the self, one's duty in life will not be properly performed. It is like an actor. He dresses and acts and even feels the part that he is playing, but he knows really very well that he is not the character, but someone else in real life. In the same way, why should the body consciousness or the feeling that I am the body disturb you once you know for certain that you are not the body but the self? Nothing that the body does should shake you from the abidance in the self. Such abidance in the self will never interfere with the proper and effective discharge of whatever duties the body has any more than an actor's being aware of his real status in life interferes with his acting as a part on the stage. What is the significance of life? Devotee is asking, what is the significance of life of a spiritually minded householder, grahastha, who has to dedicate all the time merely to earning a living and supporting his family, and what mutual benefit do they get? Bhagavan says, the discharge of his duties by a householder such as this, who works for the support of his family, quite unmindful of his own physical comforts in life, should be regarded as selfless service rendered to his family, whose needs it is his destiny to meet. It may, however, be asked what benefit such householders derives from the family. The answer is that there is no benefit for him from the family as such, since he has made the discharge of his duties to them as a means of spiritual training, and since he finally obtains perfect contentment by realizing the supreme bliss of liberation, which is the ultimate goal of every path and the supreme reward. He therefore stands in need of nothing from the members of his family or from his family life. Devotee asks, how can a householder who is constantly engaged in the active discharge of his domestic duties, which should naturally impel him to still greater activities, obtain the spiritual peace of withdrawal and the freedom from the urge to such activity, even while thus is busily engaged. Bhagavan says, it is only to the spectator that the enlightened householder seems to be occupied with his domestic duties. For even though apparently engaged in domestic duties, he is not really engaged in any activity at all. His outer activity does not prevent him from realizing the perfect peace of withdrawal, and he is free from the restless urge to activity even in the midst of his activities. Devotee asks, should I retire from business and take to reading books on Vedanta? Bhagavan says, if objects have an independent existence, that is, if they exist somewhere apart from you, then it may be possible for you to retire from them, but they do not. They owe their existence to you, to your thought. So, where can you retire from them? As for reading books on Vedanta, you can go on reading any number, but they can only tell you to realize the self within you. The self cannot be found in books. You have to find it in yourself. In yourself. I have, again, I am reading only important questions related to this topic today. Devotee asks, I have no pleasure in my family. There remains nothing for me to do there. I have done what has to be done, and now there are grandsons, granddaughters in the house. Should I remain there or should I leave and go away? Bhagavan says, you should stay just where you are now. But where are you now? Are you in the house or is the house in you? Is there any house apart from you? If you become established in your own place, you will find that all things have merged into you and all such questions will become unnecessary. So he continues asking, then it seems, am I to remain at home? Bhagavan says, you are to remain in your true state actually. How does activity help? Doesn't it simply increase the already heavy load upon us that we have to get rid of? Bhagavan says, action performed unselfishly purifies the mind and helps it to fix itself in meditation. Then he again asks, but suppose one were to meditate constantly without activity? Bhagavan says, try and see. Your inherent tendencies will not let you. Meditation only comes step by step with the gradual weakening of the vasanas and tendencies, and by the grace, like the grace of the Guru. So devotee asks, can I engage in spiritual practice even while remaining in the life of the world? Bhagavan says, certainly yes, one ought to do so. Devotee again asks, isn't life in the world a hindrance? Don't all the books advocate renunciation? Bhagavan says, the world is only in the mind. It does not speak out saying, I am the world. If it did, it would have always been present even in your sleep. Since it is not present in your sleep, it is impermanent. Being impermanent, it has no reality. Having no reality, it is easily subdued by the self. The self alone is permanent. Renunciation is non identification of the self with the non self. On the disappearance of ignorance, the non self ceases to exist. This is true renunciation. Then the devotee asks a beautiful question. Then why did you leave your home in your youth? Bhagavan says, that was my prarabdha. One's course of conduct in this life is determined by one's prarabdha. My prarabdha lies this ways, yours lies in that way. Devotee again asks, should I also not renounce then? Bhagwan said, if that had been your prarabdha, this question itself would have not arisen. How beautiful that is. So the devotee says, then I take it that I should remain in the world and engage in spiritual practice. But if I do so, can I obtain realization in this life? Bhagavan says, this has already been answered. You are always the self. Earnest efforts never fail. Success is bound to result. See, this is what I was talking about. Janakalyan, saving humanity, saving the earth. So devotee is asking, why is the world enveloped in such ignorance? Bhagavan says, look after yourself and let the world look after itself. What is your self? If you are the body, there is no physical world also. But if you are the spirit, there is only spirit. So he again asks, what do you think about social reforms? Bhagavan says, self reform automatically results in social reform. Attend to self reform and social reform will take care of itself. Now Bhagavan asks a question back to this visitor. Bhagavan says, now I will ask you a question. When a man gets into a train, where does he put his luggage? The visitor says, either in the compartment or in the luggage van. Bhagavan says, he doesn't carry it on his head or in his lap while in the train. The visitor says, only a fool would do so. Then Bhagavan says, it is 1,000 times more foolish to bear your own burden once you have undertaken the spiritual quest, whether by the path of knowledge or by devotion. Okay, just a few more. I'm just reading only that is relating to this topic. So the visitor again says, but can I relinquish but can I relinquish all my responsibilities, all my commitments? Means give up. Bhagavan says, you remember the temple tower? There are many statues on it, aren't they? Well, there are four big ones at the base, one at each corner. Have you seen them? He's talking about Arunachaleshwara temple, the four towers, the gopurams, entrances that have got many statues. So he's telling, do you remember the tower? There are four big ones, one at each corner. Have you seen them? The visitor says, yes. Bhagavan says, well, I tell you that the huge tower is supported by these four statues. The visitor asks, how is that possible? What does Bhagavan mean? Bhagavan says, I mean to say that is no more foolish than saying that you bear all the cares, burdens, and responsibilities of life. The Lord of the universe bears the whole burden. You only imagine that you do. You can hand over all your burdens to Him. Whatever you do, you have to do. You will be made an instrument for doing it at the right time. Do not imagine that you cannot do it unless you have the desire to do it. It is not desire that gives you the necessary strength. The Lord's strength is what gives that. Will Bhagwan give his opinion on the future of the world as we are living in critical times? Bhagwan says, why do you worry about the future? You don't even know the present properly. Take care of the present and the future will take care of itself. Visitor again asks, will the world soon enter into era of friendliness and mutual help or will it go down in chaos and war? Bhagwan says, there is one who governs the world and it is his task to look after it. He who has given life to this world knows how to look after it also. He bears the burden of the world, not you. See, this explains a lot about doership, and explains a lot about where our miseries and where our troubles and sufferings are coming from. It is about taking the responsibility of these burdens and not letting it down. You were saying, if you get into a train, it is very foolish to keep the luggage on your head, on your lap. You got to keep it down somewhere else. That attachment to that burdens, that this is mine, is what is the cause of all the problems. You feel responsible for the whole world. You feel responsible for the suffering of others. You feel responsible for the karma of your family. You feel responsible of every miserable thing around you. Everything you are taking responsibility, thinking that I have to do something for it. I have to go and help it. I am going to go and serve this. I have to take the burden of somebody else. I have to help so and so offload their burdens. He says this is what is the trouble, that you have taken everything on your load, on your head, and imagine this is your burden. It is not, he says, it is the burden of the one who has created all this. And he explains very well even about not even identifying with grahastha or sannyasi. He said whether you are a grahastha or a sannyasi, the main problem is your mind. Your mind will exist here and there. That mind will start playing all kind of games to keep you away. He said something very beautiful here. Sannyasa means renouncing the individuality, not renouncing the world or duties. He says that individuality which says, I am the doer, I am doing so much, I am not doing so much, whatever. That I ness, that individuality has to be given, that personality has to be given out. That is sannyasa, he says. It is not putting orange clothes or shaving head or growing beards and all that. A man may be a householder, but if he does not think he is one, he is a sannyasi. See what he is saying. A man may be a householder, grahast, he might be in the grahast, but if he strongly thinks that he is not a grahast, see, even he is a grahast, but if he strongly thinks he is not a grahast, he automatically becomes a sannyasi, he says. It's on his own feeling. On the other hand, he may wear saffron clothes and wander all about like a sannyasi, but as long as he thinks he is a sannyasi, he is not one. If he is wearing a clothes and if he is moving around thinking that he is a sannyasi, then he is not a sannyasi, because he is identified with that personality of sannyasi. Getting it? So beautiful it is. To think about renunciation itself defeats the purpose of renunciation. Wherever you go, even if you fly up in the air, will your mind not go with you? Or can you leave it behind and go with you? So he is again and again pointing out to the mind only. Work on the mind. How can you work on the mind? By not being in the mind, but by being out of the mind. How are you out of the mind? By suspending yourself above the mind, the intellect, and the awareness. That is the area of operation. So once you are out of your mind and living in awareness, whether you are a grahastha or a sannyasi, it will not matter. So these are the changes that are happening in our lives. I will be ending this by 3 o'clock. The changes that we see, first thing is we become disinterested in our worldly activities, our worldly duties, and then we are identified. See, it is not the duties that is binding us. It is the identification with that I am doing so much, I'm not doing so much, even not doing so much. That identification is the cause of the problem. It's not anything else. So most of the time they say, people say, no, I'm not interested anymore in parties, I don't go out anywhere, worldly things, I am not interested in worldly relationships, I'm done with it. It is not the relation, it is your identification of how you relate with the people. That's what I told you. There's a difference between aloofness and loneliness and aloneness. Loneliness means you just said, no, 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 I just want to run. This is running away from there, you know, escapism. You cut off from everything and you sit because you don't want to come in touch. Because there is a weakness in us that says that if I come in contact with this, I will be triggered. So I'm escaping from that. Aloneness means even if I'm there doing whatever in the world, I am detached by that. So when I'm detached by that, how will it affect me? That's the difference that is there in this. So it is natural to have this lack of worldly interest, but become aware of it in this fashion. It is not about right and wrong. It is not about, I have become spiritual, I have become more inclined now. Now this world is not for me. Renouncing the world is not important, as Bhagavan says. Renouncing the idea that you hold of who you are in the world is what matters. So all these changes will begin happening. What happens when your intense seeking happens? That's what the subject is there today. When the intensity of your desire to liberate happens, these kind of changes will come. The ego consciousness will show us all this. The illusions. It will show everything illusions very clearly. It will stop identifying with the world dramas. That's all good. You stop identifying, you have no interest in the dramas of the world. It goes like a serial, the web series and all. It's like that. You can look at the drama and you can say, oh, what a notanki this is all. It's all just a cosmic kind of a drama, and you no more feel linked with it. You step back. It begins at home, for example. There are petty things happening and somebody is arguing over petty things. Somebody is trying to be cunning over something. Somebody is trying to manipulate somebody. Somebody is trying to control or dominate somebody, and somebody is trying to play some foul game in that. You are watching everything. You can see the whole thing, but you are not identified with it. No more identified with it. One is that you escape from that. Horrible. Just quit from here. The other is you don't quit, but you are there. You are aware of it, but you react to it not. You cannot react to it only when you do not identify your role as a son, father, daughter, mother, wife, husband. As that person, when you identify only, there is a problem. Till then, there is no problem. One mystic asked once, how long does it take for a husband to become a man? Or how long does it take a wife to become a woman? How long does it take for a husband to become a man or a wife to become a woman? It doesn't take any time because the wife is already a woman. The husband is already a man. What is there to become? It is already there. Are you getting my point? The problem is he has identified himself as the husband. He is a man. Why is a man? As a man, he is common. He is a father. He is a brother. He is a son. He is a husband. He is a friend. He is an employer or an employee, whatever you call it. He is playing all these roles. But who is he essentially? He is a man. The wife is also a daughter, a sister, a wife, an employer, an employee, a neighbor, a friend, a relative. All this, okay, fine. How long does it take for her to become a woman? She is already a woman. But who is she actually? Whoever she identifies, she becomes that. When she is with her husband, she becomes a wife. When she is with her daughter, she becomes a mother. When she is with her mother, she becomes a daughter. She is shifting personalities, shifting roles. You cannot be the same when you are, whatever you are in front of your husband, you have a different identity, you have a different personality, you have a different individuality. You cannot be exactly the same the moment you are in front of your son or daughter. You change. You become a mother to them. The moment you think of them or start talking, your individuality changes. While you're talking to them, your phone comes from the office and your boss is calling you. When you're talking, do you become a mother or a husband? No, you change your personality, individuality to become an employer. Does it mean you are not a woman? You are a woman. How much time does it take? So, what Ramana is trying to say, what that mystic was trying to say there was, be a woman, be a man, be a human being. Don't identify with these multiple roles. And that is what he says. Give up the identification, he says, not the responsibility. So, he says, become aware that you are a man. Stay as a man when you are a father, when you are a son, when you are a brother, when you are a uncle. Stay as a man. Stay as a woman when you are a mother, when you are a daughter, when you are a sister, when you are a wife, whatever. When you are an aunt. Stay as a woman. Then you become something that you are. This is what Ramana is trying to say here. Be abiding in the self. Identify yourself as the self. Even if you become the father, mother, son, daughter, whatever, how long does it take you for you to become the self? You are the self, you cannot deny that. So he says, instead of getting identified with all these roles, just abide in yourself and operate from that zone of I'm not the body, I'm not the mind, I'm not this emotion, I'm not this, I'm not that. I am the pure self. He says, operate from that and do your work as a father, mother, son, daughter, whatever. You'll have no problems. See, that's so beautiful. So I wouldn't suggest, when people, because on and often I'm getting too many mails and this, because when people are practicing this, they suddenly say, I'm losing my interest in all these worldly matters, or I cannot be a good mother, anymore. I'm not able to identify with this, that role. So this is the answer for that. The other changes that will happen with your deep quest in the search for truth is this intense desire to return home. There will be an intense seeking and longing to go back somewhere. On the other terms, you can say that you feel that you don't belong here. You no more belong here. You belong somewhere else. This is not your place. This is not your people. This is not where you belong to. So there will be an intuitive seeking and desire to go back to that source. That's normal. It is the same thing. The pure you is trying to identify itself as the self. It is moving towards the journey of the self. And it is disconnecting from all that is not the self. So when you dissociate, or when you see the difference, your awareness shows you the difference. You might get all these feelings of intense desire of losing interest in the worldly matters and all this. It's all normal, but don't react with it. Don't suddenly jump into renunciation and all that stuff. Instead, become aware of this process and say, okay, I'm getting it. Witness it. Be in that. You don't have to leave relationships. You don't have to quit anything. Everything is there. Be in there. But be abiding in your true nature and operate from that level. You will suddenly become aware of your presence. The you. Till now you were not aware. You were aware of you as somebody, as a mother, father, brother, sister, friend. Suddenly you will become aware of your presence, you as a presence, not as an individual, not as a personality. There will be moments where you feel yourself as a presence, as a being. And when you are in that presence and that being, you will see the difference that you make around. You'll see people will relate to you in a different way. Not positively all the time. It can happen in the other way also. If you are rooted in your being, you are not in your personality or in your identity. And the moment you lose your personality and identity, it's a threat for the people who are with you. They will see an alien. They will see, who's this person? A new person. This doesn't seem to be the person whom I could relate with all my years. This is someone different. So they will start questioning, who is this? Or there will be a question of, you have changed. There is some change in you. Whereas I'm telling you, change is inevitable. If you know the laws of nature, if you know the laws of evolution, change is inevitable. Means change cannot be avoided. Every moment, everything is changing around. Nothing in this world is stagnant. Nothing. Not even your body, your mind. Nothing is stagnant. It's always altering and changing. Change is Prakriti. If we do not align with this truth, it will be very hurtful, because the moment something changes, it will hurt us. When it will not hurt us? When we identify with the source of that being. You can see a plant growing, it is changing. I have a pet, my animal is changing. Sometimes it is fat, sometimes it is thin, sometimes it is lean. I have relationships, sometimes they are loving, sometimes they are not, sometimes they are silent. So many, everywhere you look around, it's changing. If I go with the changing personalities, I will suffer. If I look into the source of that, if I look into the plant that is changing and look at the consciousness, which does not change, consciousness does not change. That is the only thing in the whole cosmos. You can call God does not change, you can call the self does not change, or the soul does not change, because both are one and the same. What was it told before? Anything that changes is not permanent. Anything that comes will go. Anything that appears will disappear. Anything that is born will die. These are all temporary. What is it that is not temporary and permanent and everlasting and infinite? Consciousness. That which does not change any form or any, it is there existing without a beginning, without an end. That is the soul, that is the consciousness. You call it God on a higher term, you call it yourself. This won't change. So when you identify with that which does not change, what is that which does not change? Nitya, eternal. What is that which changes? Anitya, that is definite or temporary. So when you identify with that, with, if you are identify with the changing color of the plant, if you are identifying with the pets changing, if you are identifying with the changing world, changing relationship, changing patterns, moods, peoples, you will always be unhappy. But if you identify with the source of that one which is not changing, in that change happening, like the consciousness in the plant, the consciousness in that animal, the consciousness in the world, the consciousness in the relationship, the consciousness of another human being, if you are on that, you will experience bliss, because you know that doesn't change. You are also that, that is also that. So you identify only with that which does not change. But the moment you catch the identification, the personalities, that catching the personality is called Maya or illusion. That is the illusion. The feeling, the being, when you start feeling that is real, that personality is real, is where the suffering begins, because then you hold on to the personality as real. Real means what? Indefinite, infinite, never changing, real. Is the personality ever never changing? No, it will change. But you have focused that on, this is my eternal truth. So the moment the personality changes, you are bound to be disappointed. And the whole world is explained to be in this changing format. So anything you identify in this world as permanent is going to give you disappointment. So the secret is from moving. It is not saying that, oh, this relationship is not permanent, give it up. What is the use? This house is not permanent, demolish it. What is the use? This world is not this society is not permanent, quit it. This body is not permanent, die, suicide. Does it make sense? It is not sensible. This also is not permanent. You know it. But will you quit your body? Then why does it happen then when you see a changing relationship, you want to quit? What is the use? Do you say, what is the use of this body? You know this also is going to die. Do you ever question? Then why live in this body? What is the use? Can you quit it? No. You have not fulfilled the purpose yet. You're going on with the purpose. You're going on with the purpose, living very soulfully and consciously and aware that I am not the body, but I am in this. I am not the doer. When I am not the doer, who am I to take the life or give life? I don't do anything. I'm just moving in it, aware and conscious of what I am. So if I am not involved directly in the creation around, I cannot interfere. I cannot do anything around me. But I can witness, observe, be a part of it. So on this journey, when you're going, silence might be here. I'm feeling more silent. I don't feel like, I don't like the noise around. This is deafening and it's useless. Gives me jitters, so I love silence. That's okay, that's fine. So this is very natural again. I'm telling you of all the symptoms that happens when your seeking gets intense in this life. What happens? That's the question today. Today's subject. You might love silence. You might get acquainted with silence. You might want silence. You might seek silence, silent places. You want to go to places that are silent. You want to yourself be silent. Very natural. But what is unnatural is expecting everything to be silence because you like silence. It is like living in a house. I don't like noise. Shut down everything. The other day I was in Mumbai with my friend and so much of noise outside. Navaratras and disco dance beats and all going on. By the way, I don't understand what has that got to do with Navaratra. They were saying playing film songs and dancing and garba going on and all that. I could see everything in that occasion except divinity. And I believe that was a divine festival. This is agyanta, unconscious living. We don't even know what we are doing. The whole world is behind it. Anyways, there was noise. We tried everything to shut down the doors, the windows, everything, but this noise was still there. Then what would we do? We enjoyed, we did what we had to do, and we did not allow that to disturb us. Means we accepted that noise. When you accept the noise as a part of it and don't identify with it, you're safe. But if you identify with it and then you say, I don't like that, I want that out, then the mind is always disturbed. So much anger, disturbance going on. That is exactly what happens when we are living in this world. You don't identify with it. You don't get acquainted with it. You don't acknowledge it. The moment you don't acknowledge it, will go away. Same when you see the flaws of others, don't acknowledge it. Or the changing personalities, people are changing around. Don't acknowledge it. Stay connected with the soul consciousness. There's so much of glamour in spirituality. Don't get distracted by the glamour. Connect with the spirituality in that. Connect with the divinity in that spirituality. Only that. Don't get identified with the outer things. You are in the consciousness of that. That is why I teach meditation with your eyes open. I teach meditation being in the crowd, not finding isolated places. I've never done that. I have taught even how to meditate in a bus, overcrowded bus. In a bus, all kind of noise. But that should not prevent you. So what I'm trying to say is attune to the silence in the noise. There is silence in the noise also. Because there is silence only, you can hear the music. I'm telling you. If music is played And imagine there is no silence in that anywhere. There are places where silence is less, silence is little more, or silence is deep, or sometimes there is absolute silence in the music also. You see, while the instruments are played, there are gaps in between, there are silence. It is only because of the silence that the music looks beautiful. If you fill up the whole music, it is noise, you can't hold it. That is why the consciousness can touch that gap. It can touch that space of consciousness. The silence in the noise. The consciousness in that stupid personality, in that changing personality. Consciousness is more important. You tune with that, everything is done. The consciousness of the guru, not the body. You get stuck up with the body, you will get caught up with all kind of distractions. And you will be lost. Because the body is not eternal. Body is changing. Bodies change, personalities change, the functions change. Instead of identifying with the external, if you connect with the internal, you are permanently connected. Are you seeing this? It's there everywhere. In every aspect, it is telling, catch that subtleness in the gross. When you catch the subtleness in the gross, you can live in the world because you know now where to connect. The world can be bothersome only when you connect to the gross. That is how I teach how to meditate even in a crowded bus without your headphones. And I've done it, it's possible. You'll see that even if noise is going, if there is music going, everything going, you are attuning to that silence, silence, silence. And suddenly you enter into that zone that is very silent, even in that noise. And this was the grace of Malaleshwari, which I had in Thane bus stand. See, there was so much noise in the bus stand and everything just stopped. Because I had unknowingly entered into that zone of awareness, which is pure silence and peace. That's the first hand experience that I can tell in the most noisiest place. So, what I'm trying to tell is there is silence in the noisiest place. This is why I had made a video before saying that there is divine order in the chaos. Even in the chaos, there is divine order. What all looks chaotic in this world is the projection of your mind, not necessarily true. There is a divine order in the chaos. That is why no saviors are needed in this world, because even in this chaos, even in all the pain and suffering, there is a divine purpose. See how beautiful it is. So all these are symptoms that you'll start seeing. You'll start seeing life as it is, not the projected version, as it is. See, accept everyone the way they are. Acceptance comes from where? It only comes when you see this changing nature and don't identify with it and get identified with the unchanging nature, the reality. That is the only time you are going to see life it is and accept everything the way it is. Otherwise, it's very difficult. You don't accept. Now that day noise was there, so much noise. I don't accept. I can't. We did that. We were blaming for some time. We were what noise, what these people have to do, irritated and all that. Then once we saw that there is no other option, we settled in that. And the moment we settled, I'm telling you, we had a good time and we slept also because it was going on till 12, I think. We could sleep also in peace. The first day before we could not. It was so noisy. Second day we accepted the noise. Accept what can be unchanged. That is accepting everyone the way they are. The world the way it is. So you'll start seeing life the way it is. And again, when you are ready with all this, You will start entering into a zone that is very high and above all this philosophy that you have known till now. You will start entering into such secretive fields which will just boggle you. You will see that the real spiritual gems, the truths, ultimate truths of life, have nothing to do with what we have learned so far. You'll suddenly be shocked to see that, oh my God, you mean this was just a belief that I was holding in? I mean it. See, for example, I told you, there's so many things. See, once I came with the philosophies of Bhagavan Ramana and started contemplating on it, not just understanding it intellectually, but experiencing it, I was shocked to see so many things as just the opposite of what I had believed till now. See, one thing is the Karma Kanda, I was telling. Oh, it's natural in the spiritual way. Do this, do that. Keep doing this, keep doing that. Always do something. Even they suggest do meditation. Whereas who's the doer? Do means who? There is a doer. Doer comes from ego consciousness. And doer has a personality. Doer has that individuality. So the one who's doing the meditation is the one who has the personality, the individuality. And what quality can that individual consciousness give? The ego consciousness. It cannot give you that quality. But it can keep you again rooted, because you are living in an individuality and doing a spiritual practice in individuality means you are doing it in Maya and thinking that Maya is real, that individuality is real. I am the doer. I have to do this. I am doing this tapas, this sadhana, this meditation. So much of things I am doing, and you are believing you to be the doer, and all that is happening that you are doing that, all that. It means being rooted in the ego consciousness and believing it to be real keeps you in the dilemma of that Maya for long. It doesn't exit, it doesn't give you a glimpse out of it. You will live believing that. That is what is unwinded in the Upadeshasaram that rishis did for their whole life because they thought that is right. Until Shiva, the supreme consciousness, supreme awareness, had to come and make them aware. No, something beyond this. You got to go beyond this. Huh? Beyond this? We thought this is all that is. No. Because for every cause you create in this world, there is an effect. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. Give and take. Karma. Jaisi karni waisi bharni. You give, you return. You get a return. You sow a seed and you shall reap it. What Jesus said. What is the sowing? Karma phala. Sorry, not karma phala. Karma. Karma kanda. What is the return? Karma phala. The fruits of that action you get back. So Shiva reminds them, where are you out of it? You are again in karma only. Whereas the whole idea is to get out of karma. How do you get out of karma? Get out of doership and the individuality. Doership means I am the doer. I have to do this ritual. I have to do this. Get out of that. So he gave one of the biggest priceless teachings to the rishis, saying that get out of this. There is something beyond this. There is a self that is beyond the doing and non-doing. Go to that space and abide there. Then you will be off of this doing and undoing. That is the space. That space, when you start entering real spirituality, I'm telling you, it will shackle all your belief system. All it will be like shock to you. Oh my God, I've been thinking and believing all this thing as real. Real because you are thinking from the mind and imagining it from, and the world was teaching through the mind only. These teachings are not given by the self, it is given by the mind, the ego consciousness. The ones who teach this are rooted in the ego consciousness. The one who listens are in the ego consciousness. All have an experience of ego consciousness and believe that is the reality. That is when Shiva has to intervene and tell no, something beyond that. That is why Rumi said, beyond the space of right doing and wrong doing, there is a field that exists. He said there is a field, or there is a dimension, you can say. There is a dimension that exists beyond the field of right doing and the wrong doing. Means good and bad, the right and wrong. Beyond this, there is another level higher. Rumi says this, Sufi poet. And he says there is this realm which is beyond this right and wrong. I will meet you there. Means if you want to connect with somebody of that supreme consciousness like Rumi, and if you want to relate with him, you cannot be still stuck in this duality, the right and the wrong, the good and the bad. He says beyond that also there is a dimension that is a non-dual dimension. This is dual dimension. You go into non-duality where this right and wrong only does not exist. He says, I'll meet you there. Means if you want to connect with me, I am there, he says. And that is what the supreme place is, the supreme Lord is. The Guru Mandala, the supreme consciousness, Param Tattva is all in that non-dual state. If you want to meet them, you have to go beyond the dualities, right and wrong. Even the Papa and Punya, the merits and demerits, the rewards and the punishments. Now you will be shocked. Oh, Christianity says about this, Islam says about this, Hinduism says about this. That there is a Swargaloka, there is a Narkaloka. There is a heaven, there is a hell. Two. And we have lived our life in this too, where the world rewards us for doing good and punishes us for doing wrong. Reward and punishment. That is why I always say, if you get into spirituality and you get distracted, the first thing, if you become aware, you will notice that you have been guided by your fear and greed. You can fall into wrong hands only if you have greed and fear. If your motivation is of life is greed and fear, greed of desire of getting something, even punya, good deeds, good merits, nice actions of my fruits. That is what the rishis did. Punyas, they did the karma kanda only for punyas. There was a greed for it. Even salvation, I am doing this for salvation. There is a hidden desire behind it. And the other is the fear. Fear, if I don't do this, I will be at loss, or I will lose this, or something will happen to me, or a curse might come on me, or some bad omen might come on me, something negative, or I'm insecure, or I'm alone and so anything can happen. The fears. Only when a person is motivated by these two can they get stuck into the dual consciousness, because the dual consciousness has got rewards and punishments. So you end up doing only good because you are in reward, desire of the good. Or you avoid all sins and so-called things because of the fear of punishment. Now you will say, so does that mean I do whatever comes to my mind? No, I didn't say that. Your conscience will tell you what is right and wrong to do. But you will not be motivated by the actions or the fruits. You will not do it because somebody is going to give you heaven, or you are going to be pushed into hell. You don't avoid sin. I don't get that. How can you avoid sin because you have fear of hell or wrong karma happening to you? Because karma is all in the bhava. You think you want to kill somebody, but you can't kill. Why? You fear the law. You will be put behind bars, you will be hanged. That is why people don't go on killing. But if there was no such law, everybody, we don't know what all chaos would have happened, what all crimes would have happened. So you can see, even the population is controlled by fear. That's one way to control. But once you raise in spirituality and go deeper, you will come to know it doesn't function that way. You will come to know that I did not kill a person. but I had strong feeling of killing it. Karmas are generated at that time only in the mind. What made me not do the physical action of killing somebody? My fear. Fear of what? Fear of the law, fear of the Lord, fear of karma. But now, if I become more aware, deeper aware, and say that even if I don't do it physically, even if I think in my mind the karma applies, will I even dare to think about it now? But till now I have been thinking because nobody can monitor my mind. How can the police know what is in my mind? How can the people know what is in my mind? But when you go deeper and you see on a soul consciousness, the supreme consciousness and the soul consciousness is one. So whatever you think also is known to the supreme. Would you do it now? Suddenly your values change. That is why what is seen in the world is not true. You can do a murder and still get free from the laws. You cannot do a murder and still be convicted for a murder. As per the laws, in the world anything can happen. But in the final soul journey, what is right only is applicable. These things don't matter. So when you start realizing that, will you now get identified with the worldly philosophies, or will you get identified with your own self that is showing you the higher truths? You will naturally get acquainted here. Then who is becoming your teacher? Who is your guru? Your inner soul is showing you everything. What needs to be done? You stop following all the external things, because external things, everything that is designed for a certain cause, for a certain purpose. You will identify and see that purpose also. You will see how limited those systems are and how vast is your consciousness. Who will become your teacher? Those systems or your soul? I am telling you again today's subject only. It will keep on, as you keep on intensifying your desires, all these changes will start happening from within. And to understand and digest these kind of truths, you need a lot of courage. That courage comes with your soul evolution. So if you are able to adapt the path, the higher path of your inner realm, where Rumi said there is a dimension beyond this right and wrong, if you can go there without exploiting that right and wrong philosophy, then that's it. Exploiting in the sense, because when I was talking to someone, they said, oh, then what is the use? If there is no right and wrong, then I can do anything. There are so many things with the world and in the worldly things, we are thinking that is the truth. No, there are deeper truths we cannot even fathom, and that is very contradictory. See, when I am following the mystics, all these years I have followed the mystics and studied them very deeply. I am bringing out their teachings only here. Right now, also, what I am talking is coming from there. The teachings of the mystics, the Avaduts. And the Avaduts are in the non dual consciousness. They are never rooted in the dual consciousness, so they will not follow any of your methods. They will not follow any of your religions. They will not follow any of your paths, so called paths. They have nothing to do with even spirituality. They shun spirituality, because spirituality also operates to a certain extent of ego consciousness. Still in the dual consciousness, it is not completely in the non dual, especially the spirituality that you see around. Look at the Avaduts, look at the mystics, you will come to know. The same place where they say, oh, you should have adorations and respect for a certain god or deity, and you should have aversion towards evil on a higher plane, which Rumi says. where the avduts live, mystics live. Look at them, what they do. Mokupudi Swami in Tirunamalai, the avdut, liberated being, Jivan Mukta, in bliss, moving around in bliss. Just to take a stick or a broom and go and hit the deities in the temples. Can anybody dare do that? They will not dare do that because there is deep fear. Something will happen, the karma. They are beyond that. I was talking to my friend and she said Swami Samartha, one of the great mystics of the last century, used to urinate on idols. That looks very fearsome and disgusting and all that stuff. That is because we are still in this consciousness. When you reach that consciousness where Rumi is talking about, there is no right and wrong. There it is just an idol, just a stone. For you, it is something bigger because you have identified with the personality of that stone, that individuality of that stone. That is why you relate to the individuality and the personality of the stone. You don't see the stone as a stone. They look at it as the same thing. You give them place cow dung in one hand, you give a heap of gold ornaments on the other. They will throw away both. They cannot identify with anything. It's not valuable. For you, there is value because there is a gross value that comes with that gold. Because there's a desire and a need and a system to survive in this world by seeing the benefits of that gold. To a mystic, it is as good as cow dung. What is cow dung to him? Same. That is why Bhagavan Nityananda said, Sab mitti hai, everything is dust. The same Bhagavan Nityananda once demonstrated in the Bhimeshwar temple in Ganeshpuri. When somebody entered, they were shocked to see him standing with 1 foot on the Shivlinga. We can't fathom it. Because there we feel respect, disrespect, duality. They are beyond it. This is why they demonstrate this. Bhagavan Nityananda standing with his feet on the Shivlinga. Swami Samartha urinating on an idol. Mokupudi Swami, whom I have personally seen in Tirunamalai, taking a broomstick and stick and beating the idols and all. What are they trying to do? They are trying to break the arrogance and ignorance of the people, which is stuck in the duality, is not ready to rise beyond it. So these kind of gimmicks are done on purpose by the divine itself. This is a play of the divine. There is nothing separate. Everything is happening in the cosmic drama. So divine sometimes has to come in this forms and take you beyond that. See, there the divine, the Shiva himself comes and breaks the ignorance of the rishis. Divine intervention, this is called. Because you can see the heights at what ignorance can go. Ego consciousness, so strong. It has not left the best of people. Who are we? You can see how challenging it is. You can also see the amount of awareness now that is needed for you to evolve and liberate. It cannot happen with these petty things that we hold on to as, or even these tools which are completely based on duality. It will keep you more stuck in duality. I find it very funny. I only laugh most of the time. And today's spirituality keeps explaining self-realization with all the glitters. Everybody is in the glitters and they want self-realization. How is it possible? They are two extreme ends. What is self-realization? Self-realization will never happen until you leave your last desire. They cannot go hand in hand. You cannot go to that state of consciousness with desires, with the vasanas. It will not happen. They are opposites. Dual consciousness cannot work in non-dual consciousness. I have seen so many non-dual programs happening which is full of duality. Contradictory, very contradictory. But only when the evolution, this consciousness reaches to that stage, only you can question these things also. You will have the courage to question this. Until then, it's very difficult because all the time you're timid, either being motivated by fear or greed. That's all. That is why people don't want to go into deeper truths. They'll say, "Goli maro sabko." Hell with the world. I am getting something. Let me simply enjoy it and go. Selfish. It's a desire of greed. Getting something and only looking after your own fulfillment. Or, oh my God, what are these guys talking about? It is so unfortunate. Abshakun. It's not right. Fear. Fear of still bound by it. No, no, no. I will not even listen, not even think. No. All these are the journey of mighty beings. It's not that nobody has done it. Who has done it? Only the Avdutas, the mystics who have gone beyond all this. Rest all are still stuck in the dual consciousness. So you can see how difficult it is to actually get out of this. Fear of karma itself is a big blockage. I have seen so many times. It is not the karma that blocks you, it is the fear of your karma or the greed of that karma. More than karma itself. See, I'm telling you, normal religion, normal spirituality, what it is said, honor your father and mother. Even religion says in Christianity, honor your father and mother, treat them like this, treat them like God, and everything, blah blah blah, right, is there. Everywhere it is there. Treat Guru as God, treat a tree as God, treat everything. It's not a new thing. So much of highlight is given to that. But nothing is seen above that. But there is a level above that also. If that was everything, Ramana would not have left his mother back in Madurai at the age of 16 and wandered and walked. His feet took him to Arunachala. He would have been in that philosophy. Who have to serve. Only after that everything else. No, that's his prarabdha that we read it here. He said, that's my prarabdha. It was destined. Prarabdha means what? All the bijas of previous sanskaras, the attachment, the give and take, it's burnt out. So he has finished with his job of give and take. There's no more give and take left. See, the moment the give and take is finished, the karmic debt is over. The prarabdha will work out, whether you like it or not. Then there is no philosophy there. Because the bija itself has gone, dead. Who can stop that? Nobody can stop that destiny. Being aware of this is important. I am not saying, oh, because Ramana left his mother, I also leave my mother or father. No, I didn't mean that. What I mean to say is, you got to be aware that there is this possibility also, that this is not the final end, that this is the only way that you got to follow life. There is something beyond it. There is a possibility because there are people who have been through that and still attained the God. What might be sin to you is a boon to somebody else. When Karunananda Swami, there was a Karunananda Swami, direct disciple of Bhagavan Nityananda. He was with Nityananda and Nityananda sent him to Gokul, UP, near Mathura Vrindavan. Said, go to Gokul and do your tapas. So he went there, all arrangements happened automatically, and 8 years he was in Mauna. Karunananda Swami. Then he came to be called as Mauna Swami. That is why I could not trace him. When I went to Gokul to find his samadhi, I was searching like Karunananda Swami, and nobody. And he was famous there as Mauna Swami, which only I realized after reaching his samadhi. So he, after 8 years of Mauna, intense silence, he finished his tapas as prescribed by Bhagavan, and he comes to Ganeshpuri to meet his Guru. And the Guru noticed that there is still something for him pending. And he says, you still have some little work, go to Palani. Palani is a mountain in South India, in Tamil Nadu, and is known to be the Jiva Samadhi of the great Siddha Bhogarnath also. Palani. He says, go to Palani and meditate now. Do your tapas there. But before going to Palani, go to Kerala, which is your hometown, and meet your mother and go. Now, Karunananda Swami has left 10-15 years back only his home. He left everything behind. And there his mother was every day cursing him. That this guy has left his mother and gone, he's left his family, and be no good happened to him, and blah 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 blah. She's going on. So Bhagwan says, meet her and go. So when he goes to Kerala, the mother is shocked to see him and welcomes him. Come, come. Very happy. Serves him food and this, that. Finally you have come, all these years I've been missing you. All nice, nice things. And then he sees the changes in Karanananda Swami and says, what a mighty Guru you have. Blessed be the Guru because of which you have changed. Oh, my son has changed so much. And then she goes out and tells everybody on the street, my son has changed. My son has become a saint. He has evolved. See, it's the same mother who was cursing before. Now she praises. And Karnananda lives there for 1 or 2 days, and then his time is to proceed. So he gets up one day and says, I'm going, mother. Where are you going? I'm going on my future journey. How come you came here? My Guru asked me to meet you and go. So I just came to meet you and go further. No, you cannot go. He says, no, I have to go. Again, the same mother turns bitter and starts cursing him. You are good for nothing. You don't deserve anything. What has happened to you? You have deteriorated on the path. See, the same one who said you have become enlightened now starts cursing. Means everything is on give and take. You get something good, you are in favor. You don't get it, you are bitter. And Karnananda Swami walks away from there. And the mother ends up cursing and living. And nobody knows what happened to her after that. He proceeds to Palani, and then a long story later, and all his story goes ahead. What I am trying to say is, if this philosophy of serve your parents was the only truth, I don't say it's not, it is a truth, but it's not the only truth. There is something beyond it, and it is not for everyone. There are exceptions to it. If that was reality, would someone of the stature of Bhagavan Nityananda would have told, meet her and go? At that level of operation, everything is exhausted. There you cannot confuse. Then this spirituality, what we know, is contradictory. It doesn't work. That is what Rumi says, beyond the right and wrong, there is another spiritual dimension. Meet me there. So this fear of karma also has to go. This between right and wrong. Always we are dangling between the right and wrong. If I do this, I'll get good. If I do that, I'll get bad. And the fear of that. And we are actually motivated and doing our karmas and living our spiritual life only out of the fear of karma, which itself is a fake thing. I can tell you further, many such things which does not relate with yours, what you call the world of spirituality. It has no meaning here. In Mandagini Hills, behind Ganeshpuri, there is a big mountain where I had gone a couple of times, and there is a Jiva Samadhi there of Shankar Swami. His name is Shankar Swami. Nobody knew it. So once, many years back, I think 10 years back or something, when I had gone there, that was the first time we saw that, and it came out in the blog. I made a video of it, I put information, the photograph of that place, and it became known that someone like Shankar Swami was there, and he was a direct disciple of Bhagavan Nityananda in that jungle. Till then, nobody even knew that such person existed. He even himself was not interested in letting people know. And there was a 40-year-old, not 40, very old sadhu there, was serving that samadhi. And he told me he was serving for 40 years. That is when the first time I met him. Different world. And that is the first time I get to know about who's this person. And then that yogi tells me, oh, he was always hidden. He used to only eat one handful of dal, lentils. That was his only food, once a day. Survived on that. And he was very much aware who's coming, who's not coming that way. He never loved people. He never loved the public. So whenever somebody was coming that way, he used to just disappear from there. He used to go into the jungles. And there was no shelter for him. Day and night, the sun, heat of the sun and the rain falls, he lived under the trees. Only later part, a shed was built, and last few years he spent there, and he had a lot of books and all that he had collected there, but he burnt off all the books just before taking samadhi. He indicated that he is going to take samadhi on certain date, and he left. Only 2-3 villagers at that time were there who witnessed the whole incident. And in my second visit, I met one of the visitor in his hut there, who told me this story about Shankar Swami, because he had served him at that time. He was an old man now. So I had put a second recording also on that. And then when I came to know his story, I was shocked. I was told that Shankar Swami was an engineer in Mumbai, in Thane. Even one of the old bridge in Thane you can see was being built by him. Very successful. But then as the turn of the prarabdha, married man, successful, worldly, everything there. Turn of events, his prarabdha reached to the ripened, he reached Ganeshpuri. He met Bhagwan Nityananda. Bhagwan told him to go and meditate in the jungles, because he saw his stature, his nature, his prakriti was that way. So accordingly Bhagwan said, he did not send, Bhagwan never sent everybody into the jungles. To some he said, go back home and meditate. To some he said, don't come here only. Do this Ram Nam Japa. To some he gave Om Namah Shivaya. To some he gave the Muslim mantra. To some he gave the Krishna mantra. And to some he said, just meditate. To some he says, do this karma kanda, rituals. To some he says, only sing devotion. To some he said, go and do tapas there. Sit like a mauna, in silence, in Gokul, as far as that. To some he is sent into the mountains. To some he sent into jungles like this. What was their nature of their prarabdha? He did that. And this Shankar Swami, this person told me, Shankar Swami then went back to Mumbai, resigned his job as an engineer, sold all his property. Sold in the sense he first got his wife married. He got his wife married to a nice person, because the wife had still had worldly goals and all that. She was stuck in that. So he said, okay, you fulfill all that desires. And she also got married. And all the property and everything, he put it on her name and sold most of the thing and transferred everything for the wife. And he came back to this jungle. And that is how he spent the rest of his life. Now you tell me, in this world that we live in, this is a papa. Oh, you've left your wife, you've done this, you've done that, you got her married. Can anybody think of this? Getting your spouse married to somebody and then going for your spiritual? Bhagwan was aware of all this. But at that level, when the karma bija is all burnt out, there is nothing left for cause and effect to happen. There is no philosophy then there. This is the realm that Rumi says. Beyond the right and wrong, there is another dimension. I shall meet you there. What can you say? You cannot argue on this. I can tell you hundreds of such examples of mystics who are beyond all this level of our understanding of spirituality. It doesn't go this way. Why I am telling you this? Once you become aware of the higher truths, life will become easier here. Or you will be caught in this dimension of life with the limited philosophy that we live in, and we can be stuck in this. See now how liberating it is to understand the higher truths. Oh, life doesn't function this way. Lord Krishna told Arjuna that your doership is the problem, your identification, your personality is the problem, that you are feeling scared to fight this war. That is why you are running away. You, on the other side, you said, my guru is standing, my parents are standing, my relatives are standing, my friends are standing. How can I fight? I am going. Krishna said, no, pick up. You are a Kshatriya. You are a representative of Dharma. For righteousness of the Dharma, you don't see who, where, how. What is right, you do. No, but I can't. They are all my relatives. That is because you are not a man. You have identified yourself as a son, as a father, as a shishya, as a disciple, all those things. That is why you are relating. You have those personal identities. That personal identity is the one who's scared and is throwing the bow and arrow and running away from you. He said, don't get stuck with that identity. That identity is what is giving you the suffering. What are you? You are a king. You are a Kshatriya. You are a defender of Dharma, protector of Dharma. This is what I said. Become a man, not a father, husband, son, all that. Become a woman, not a wife, daughter, grandmother, auntie, sister. This is what Krishna also said there. Become a Kshatriya, not a father, mother, son, disciple, relative, cousin. And he said, the moment you identify with your dharma and you fight for dharma, no karma can come to you. Karma, you get affected only when you have identified as a doer. That is when Krishna said, I am the supreme doer. If you link with me and you know that I am working through you, you are not the doer. And that surrender, this is surrender, what we call in surrender. Most of the time we have misunderstood surrender. Surrender means we feel becoming a slave. No. Surrender means giving up that identity and having that awareness that I am not the doer. Something does something through me. That's it. So I don't take credit for it. And Bhagavan Krishna said, this is there in Bhagavad Gita. He said, if you do it in this manner, that is yogastha kuru karmani, if you are connected to me in the awareness of knowing that I am the one who is doing, you are not doing. If you do this way, and if your bow kills even one person outside there, the karma of that killing will not come to you. Revealed in the Bhagavad Gita. That is why I always say, when you kill someone, the karma is different. But the soldier who is killing on the battlefield, that karma is different. He is doing his dharma. He doesn't even know who's the other guy who's been killed on the other side. He has no personal grudges, no personal agendas. He is doing his duty. But if somebody else goes and kills somebody, there is a personal agenda and there is a huge amount of karma for it. See, the laws of karma also changes. If there are 10 people doing the same crime, all will not be given the same punishment. Sorry. Everybody's karma will differ on so many factors. So once when you understand and operate, even you don't have to operate, you don't have to do this. You cannot do this. For example, you cannot go and kill somebody with the intent, no, I don't have this intention and I don't know I'm doing my dharma. You can't fool the mind. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you cannot what you call twist this law according to your. So you might say, then anybody went go and kill and say that no, it won't happen. Your intention, your soul, your conscience is very active. Everything is recorded there very clearly. On that the karma is applicable. So you can't manipulate and twist it. It has to be very natural. But when you become aware of all these things, it is such liberating. It is very liberating. It is not what is being actually taught. So limited these teachings are in the philosophies, in the theories are, in the mythology are. Beyond that. That is why even Bhagavan Nityananda said, don't read books also. But if you see in today's world, the Shastras are given so much of importance. They are, okay, fine. But after a certain level, it doesn't work. Swami Muktananda was once standing in front of Nityananda with a book like this. You know, just standing like this. Nityananda saw that. His disciple is holding them. He said, "What is that?" Muktananda said, "This is Upanishad," with pride. "This is Upanishads." He said, "Sab mitti hai." Bhagavan said, "It's all dust." That is when he said, "You be the book, you be the reader." Means you are the book, you have everything within you, and you only read yourself. Means all this knowledge that we are speaking is there within. Now, all these things that I am talking to you, I have not read anywhere. I am telling you, it's coming from within. Some things are there when I read, okay, I relate. Okay, this is there in my awareness, this is my consciousness. So it is a proof. When I read charitras of Avdutas, when I see them do something that way, when the world is like scratching their head, why are they wearing dirty clothes? Why are they peeing like this? And why are they so shabby? Why are they giving bad words, foul words, dirty words? It is a sin to give, sin for you. The one who has risen between the sin and the merits, what for them? It will not affect anything, whatever they do. They're beyond that. So you'll say, beyond that means they can do anything? They can do what they won't do. Can do is different than doing. Can do means there is a mind, there is a ego that is taking decisions for them. It just spontaneously happens through them. Somebody asked me, how is that possible? That you don't use the mind. You only said Gyanis have no mind. Chidakasha Gita, first verse, Gyanis have no mind. Nityananda says, Ramana says, everybody says. The mind is the cause of all the problem. The moment you destroy all your mind, you are liberated. What we do, we keep the mind suspended. Whereas all the mystics are saying, until it destroys, you are not going anywhere. But we are told comfortably, suspend your mind and sit. Means go and sit in some function and then go into deep, learn meditation and then go into that blankness and remain in samadhi 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. You do it multiple times and you feel happy that this is a blissful state. I have reached. You have not reached. The mind is still present. Mind has come back. That is why you go and attend a program, you will feel blissful and nice, and you come back, you are back to square one. Mind is still there. Secret is in mind has to be annihilated, destroyed. That is what all the Shastras says. That is what even Bhagavad Gita says. That is what Nityananda said. Once the mind is destroyed, then whatever happens through that person, there is no karma. That is why Avduts have no karma. They do all these things. Then somebody asked me, how is it possible? Without the mind, how can you do something? I said, there is a difference. When a mystic does things, they don't do it by the mind. They do it through the mind. Big difference. By the mind means the mind is cooking up stuff. Mind is taking decisions. Mind is the doer, there is an identity. But wherein there is no doership, there is something else that functions, but using the tool, the mind as a tool, through the mind, not by the mind. See, these are all deeper truths. Why this is important? Because once you understand, even when you are living a life of awareness, you will become aware, am I doing by the mind or through the mind something is happening? So you will see the difference and you will know where to slip and where not to. Your Viveka will tell you. Why? Now you have the awareness. That is the advantage of knowing all these higher secrets. It is not for imitation. Oh, somebody did that, so let me imitate. You cannot imitate. You will still get karma dosha. But if you keep it in your awareness, higher understanding, and moving, slowly you will move towards that goal because you know the ultimatum. Nobody can play with you. That is why it is impossible. The people of awareness, the man of awareness, nobody can control that person. Try whatever. For me, the world has tried in numerous ways to control and dominate in different ways. Once upon a time, okay. Once you have the awareness, it's very difficult because it's a different principles that you are getting attuned to. Previously, what it was? Bhaya, lobe, greed, and fear. So, anybody can manipulate you through greed or through fear, and you can fall for it if you have greed and fear. If you suspend these both, you cannot fall for it. So, these are all the things that keep on happening and will keep on happening in your lives also. I believe many must be happening in your life also. But instead of getting panicky, if you understand this, you will understand it's all normal to get it all here. And don't get carried away by the power of emotions. Again, I'm telling you, emotions are coming from some other place. Even if it is divine emotions, ecstasy, it's all good. Just become a witness of who is the one who is experiencing the divinity or divine ecstasy. Even if tears are flowing. Somebody has written a mail, I'll just read that. It was a very young girl who has written. I'm surprised at this age also they can write such mails. Okay. It said, "Hello, Bhaiya. The one thing I have observed is that tears roll down profusely when I sing any God's or Nityanand Baba's song. When I hear some mystic person just talk to me, also it happens. When I hear others singing a God song, I am learning classical music. When I am alone in my room and I sing songs, I cry, but I enjoy it. I feel good, but when I am out in a relative's home or an ashram or a temple and I sing a song, I cry there too. This has happened with me recently when I visited a temple in the morning and everybody was staring at me. My voice became shaky. I don't know what to do. I could not figure it out. I don't know why I cry. I need advice on how can I control it. Also, this doesn't happen every single time, but yeah, most of the times. I'm 19 years old now. So see, this is a divine ecstasy, what you call as divine ecstasy, the emotions. It is still the play of emotions. So one is the divine emotion, one is the opposite emotions. Emotions are emotions, still coming from samskaras. So they have their limitations. Normally what happens is if it is emotions of bliss, we say it is good. But I am telling you, when you are living in the dual world, you will be affected by the opposite if you are affected by the good. Like if you say, I'm feeling very ecstatic, I'm feeling very nice, and tears of joy are coming, and I enjoyed that experience, then be sure it is one part of the dual. Sooner or later, you will have the opposite of that dual experience, which will be something else, which will be tears of pain and suffering and sorrow, and you will feel sorrowful there. Why? Because you felt ecstatic here. Anyone you identified with, raga, dvesha, anything you identify with, you will be affected by the dual consciousness. So the idea is to stay away from the effect of that. Like you said, see, in your same mail only, you have seen the dual. When somebody sings and all that, you say you get ecstatic. When I'm alone, I sing and cry a lot. I feel good. You have written, I feel good. Okay, that's the good of your experience. But then when I cry outside and all, there's a problem. Relative's house or ashram or temple, then people are like, "Hey, what is happening to you?" And everybody was staring at, and my voice became shaky. Now this is a disappointment to this young lady. Voice became shaky and there was embarrassment all the time because people are looking now, and that is disturbing. So can you see the opposites? First one, I felt good. When nobody is no obstacles, I felt good. The other, when there was obstacle, I felt bad. So the confusion now, I don't know what to do. I could not figure it out. I don't know why I cry. I need advice on how to control it. This word is dangerous. Don't control it. Who controls things? The doer. So now when you're singing or when something is happening through you, be very naturally aligned to the fact that something is doing that. You are not the singer. Don't identify with that. And when you don't identify with that, that personality will not become conscious. Who's the personality who's becoming conscious? That somebody is watching, somebody is not watching. That ego consciousness, which knows that I am the doer. So I am the singer there. So when I'm singing, I become conscious of who's praising, who's not praising, who's reacting, who's not reacting. That means the doer is somebody else. So if you move from that doership, instead of controlling it, see, the one who's the doer only wants to control this, control that. Even controlling tears, there's nothing to control the tears. I'm not saying have no emotions. Have the emotions, but don't try to control it, don't try to suppress it, don't try to bring it out. Don't do that. If what is happening spontaneously, let it happen. You just become aware of it. You're singing very beautiful. There are so many videos. If you see in some of the videos, in mine only, you'll see me crying in some of the videos. My voice is choking up while I'm crying. It's ecstasy, but that doesn't, you don't have to stop about it. It's a very natural thing. I've seen many people take retakes when they choke up. Oh, bigad gaya. Nahi bigad gaya. It is the way it is. It is supposed to happen. There's nothing to feel ashamed, embarrassed about. There are so many live telecasts while I've talked. Even when I'm sorrowful, when I'm hurt, I've cried on the live or in this, but I have not edited it. Hey, what will people think? What is there to think? You're a human being. You're going to have this. But emotions will be there, but don't identify with it. Don't get too carried away with it. Log kya kahenge? How will I be seen? Who's the one who's getting identified? The one identity, the personality is scared of what will people say if I cry. How will I look? Will I look weak in front of people? I need to appear strong. Are you getting all that? Sarath, what can we do to avoid the ownership of an action? This is what you need to do. If you operate from that awareness and you know that your awareness, you will not need to even avoid anything, control anything. Ownership of an action happens only when there is an owner, there is a doer. So it is just a state of consciousness. One is you're doing, believing you are that. One is you're not in that state and not even believing that you're doing anything. You're not even aware. See, this happened when I was talking to a lady recently again. There was so much of saying that, I did so much to others, I did so much for my family, and this is what I get in return. Nobody cares. And I am the sufferer. I have to adjust everywhere. I have to compromise everywhere. I have to do this. I have to do that. See this word do. I have to do. Who is the one who's doing it? It's the mother who's doing it. It's the wife who's doing it. It's the sister who's doing it. Leave that identity. That's what I said. You don't have to even quit your home. You don't have to leave people aside and then stay aloof and try to build up something. That is all again escapism. Rather, even if you take some time off, it's fine. You go to a divine place, a nice place, a location, but then work on yourself. Be aligned with yourself. Become more aware. Become a person of awareness. Live in awareness. Practice awareness. And see yourself and the world around. What if you are a divine being of light? As a soul, consciousness. As the self that Ramana again and again said. Operate from that level, even the temporary phase which you are not in the world. That is how the practice, the time should be utilized when you are alone. It should not be to build up measures to stay more alone. It should be to do something that can build you up in such a way that you remain affected. Now you are ready to come back into the world and remain as a soul consciousness. Because if it's your destiny, you cannot run away from it. And if it is your destiny to be separate and aloof and alone, come what may, it will happen. You don't have to make it happen. Go with the flow with whatever is you feel. And more than concentrating on others and others and others. They didn't do it, they didn't do it. Take back the remote in your hands. You have given the power away, you have distributed everybody the power. You can make me sad, you can make me happy, you can make me blissful, you can make me angered. You have given the permission. Can anybody make you any of these emotions without your permission? It's you. So there is no point blaming anybody outside. Because of you, this has happened. Because of you, I am stressed out. Because of you, I am unhappy. Because you have not slept. Because of you, I am going mad. I always tell this to people. If you say you are going mad or stressed out, it's your mind who's doing. Become aware of the mind. There's so many stories that a mind cooks up. This happened, that happened, this way it happened, that way. So I always ask people, relax, relax. That's not the truth. That's what your mind is cooking up. Don't dance with your mind. Step away from the mind and stare at the mind and look at what nonsense the mind is playing. Have the guts to do that. The moment you stare at your mind, all the drama will drop there. But if you engage in that and enjoy dancing with it, that's called the ego consciousness, because the mind is nothing but the tool of the ego. And what is the work of the ego? To keep you away from divinity, to keep you away from awareness. Mind it. That is the work. People say on the journey there are so many obstacles. It's not easy for self-realization. These are the obstacles. Obstacles don't come from outside. Everybody thinks I will have a very difficult life. It is so difficult. If I have to get self-realized, I have to go on the mountains, I have to do tapas, so many hours. This yogi did it, that yogi did it, so many 12 years of tapas, 14 years of tapas. Well, there are all ways of doing it. There are different ways of doing it, but those are not the only ways. If that suits you, if you are a Rajasic person of the doership, too much of doership, for them tapas is prescribed, because then you have that aham of I got to get rid of my karmas, I got to purify myself, and I got to do this rigorous practice, and then there is a I-ness that is there that will feel even proud of it. I'm doing this. That is why people say, I did 2 hours of meditation today. I have been following this path for 12 years. I have done this, I have done that. It gives you an ownership, that's all. Maybe it annihilates also. I don't say it doesn't, because when you are doing those tapas, yes, but it's a very rigorous. It only goes with more of Rajasic people. That through that power only they want to demonstrate power. Through the power only they want to control their emotions. Through the power only they want to destroy their karmas. Can you see? It's a Rajasic activity. And then there are Sattva activity. There are Tamasic also. You go and do Agor sadhana, Smashan sadhana. You do lot of fasting. You do a lot of retention, abstinence. You forcefully. Jainism and all do that. Very rigid, very strong. You don't eat this, you don't eat that, you don't touch this, you fast, you abstain from the world, you walk without slippers. Fine. If that is your prakriti, that is why those paths are designed for them. But if your prakriti is sattvic nature, you can settle down in silence. You can be an observant. You can be practitioner of awareness. You can practice self-inquiry. You can go into wisdom, dig into wisdom, read yourself, or get into it, meditate, go within, become silent, be in your silence, observe things, witness, pull back, give up ownership, give up the doership, and what? This is a very simple and sattvic. So it is all there. All these three are there. Sattvic, tamasic, and rajasic are there. It depends on what you are. If you are watching this for such a long time, you are certainly in the sattvic group, because the other doesn't appeal. Those who are too much tamasic and too much rajasic, this will not appeal. No, how can you just sit like that idly? You have got to do so much of tapas. You got to do your sadhanas. Do. It depends on what you want. That is what Ramana said when somebody went to him. So you mean this? If you are saying this is the direct path and the fastest path, does it mean the other jnana, the Raja Yoga, the Karma Yoga, the other Kundalini Yoga, all these are false? He says no. They are all existent. But he also say they are all kindergarten stuff, because they teach you from the lower level to keep pondering through the ego consciousness, work on the ego consciousness, remain in the dual and rotate there again and again, again and again, until you rise to a certain level after doing all that and finally realize there is something beyond this. That is one stage. Or he says, first only you realize there is something beyond it and jump to that what is beyond, to the self, to the awareness, instead of going into all these things. You become a doer and do all these things and then realize that you have to give up doership. One day you will have to give up that. Even if you are a doer, you will realize that you are not the doer. So you can put that much of time and efforts and give up that, or you realize in the start only and give up. Straight go to that non-doer zone and operate. Now, who are the people who can directly come? Are they having some special powers or something? Why some people are not getting it directly and some people are directly getting it? Your previous janmas. It is not that Ramana did not do tapas and one day he just landed on this earth and then he got this self-realization and then suddenly he became Mauna. No. Hundreds and thousands of janmas he has spent before doing all the tapas, doing all this doership, everything was done. This janma he was ripe for it. So we do not know. The nature of ours might be that. We must have finished most of the stuff in our previous janmas. That is why easily this knowledge comes to us. This wisdom, this understanding, this realization comes very easily. Other people cannot understand it. So that's fine. Thank your stars and be grateful to it and very easily start walking towards it. Sarath, I hope you have answered your question. If you have any questions regarding today's session, you can ask or I'll wind up quickly. I think I've completed all that I wanted to say in this subject. There is still a little more. I think next week I'll do that. Next Sunday I'll do. Ramana has advised very beautifully how to live in this world without living in this world. It was part of that which I read. So I think next Sunday I'll do that. It will have much more clarity on how to live in this gross world and still not be affected by it. Thank you. How to enhance the awareness of consciousness. For that, you will have to practice awareness little by little. If you just see the videos here, I have still not gone very deep into that practice of self because it's very direct. So, what I have done all these months and years is I have practiced again on gross awareness. There are two types of awareness. You become aware of something that is gross, that you become aware of your body. For example, becoming aware of your thumb, your heart, your legs, your knees, your head, and you are aware of your being. I am the body. You become aware of I am the body. That is the gross awareness. That, why I start with that is you can always start with that. You will find many sessions having that meditation in the end. Because when you do that, what happens is you will get a first hand experience of what happens with awareness. When you become aware of your foot or your toe, suddenly you will feel something happening there, changes happening there. Any part of your body, you will find even healing happening. If you are very consciously putting there your awareness and stay in that awareness, you will find some tingling, some sensation, blood flow, everything changing, even your vital signs changes. That is the reason I asked to do the gross awareness, because then it gives you proof, evidence, oh it works. Because if I tell you just become aware of the space around you, you will not know, is this my imagination or there is any reality to it. How do I become aware of the space? You will not know. But if you become aware of your body, you will know that wherever you put your focus and attention or your awareness on, that becomes alive, throbbing with life. So now when I put this same awareness, I'd shift into subtle awareness. Subtle means which is not gross, like the space or my sukshma shariras. Suddenly you will see some experiences coming when you are in your sukshma sharira, you will see some experiences coming. So you know that also works. So you become subtler and subtler. So when you go into the space, when you tap into the Guru consciousness, Shiva consciousness, anything that you call it, anywhere you put your awareness on, that starts working in your, then you know it works. That is how you slowly build confidence. And then you need not be on your aware, gross or subtle. Then you move to the subtlest, that is yourself. When you are used to this practice, which you can see in many of my sessions, when you get used to this, then slowly you don't go anywhere else, but you abide in yourself within. That illuminating self that you are, the moment you shift into that, you'll see suddenly your body, this goes off, and then your body disappears. Not physically, but in your experience, you don't have a body. The mind disappears, all the thoughts go, the mind, a complete nothingness. In that nothingness, you are aware of something, that something is aware. That is the soul. That is what Ramana says. You can go into that, but either you go with these practices and slowly then enter into this highest self. That becomes easier. I found that very easy. So that's why I teach that. Bindurani ji, thank you. Ruby Lopez, thank you for being here. Bindurani, you have given Bhagavad Gita simplified. Bhagavad Gita is very simplified. It is just one teaching that I said. But if you go very deeply into the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, it's very, very simplified. Very, very simplified. And you can actually get the secrets of life. It can become your life book. Not just the Bhagavad Gita, you read even the Bible. It has a different coded language. What Jesus spoke and what people have misinterpreted, it is all nonsense. What Jesus meant actually was something else. Read the Quran also. Quran also is very beautiful. But the misinterpretation that happens, that's the problem. So you need always a guru who is good in Vedanta or the non-dual consciousness who can tell you, or you need yourself to become the book and the reader. I believe the second one is easier because you have a direct experience. Thank you, dear ones. I'm glad you enjoyed this session. So I made this session very common for a couple of emails that came and couple of phone call conversations that I had with people who are saying they have problems, but who are very ripened souls. I believe you guys are all very ripened souls. That is why you can see the essence of this subtle nature. And if you are connected to Ramana, you are of that stature. Because until you are in that state of evolution of consciousness, you cannot understand Ramana. You cannot be fond of him. You cannot love him. You cannot love Arunachala until you are going into that. So I believe what is binding you is only the mind and this philosophies of the world and the way we have told how we should function in this world in a limited way, and the way we throw our expectations onto people, we give our power to people, and then we get dominated by somebody else's emotions, somebody else's feelings, somebody else's. It's not in somebody. Staying rooted is your responsibility. Staying rooted in soul consciousness is your responsibility. And that is the reason you should mind your company also. Many says my friends are this way, my relatives are this way. Don't connect to it. My family is this way. No, instead of blaming, don't connect to that consciousness. You stay rooted in your consciousness. When you are not rooted in your consciousness, does all these things happen? Then you can't blame them, because the world is going to function the way it is. Because we are spiritual, people around are not going to be spiritual. They are not going to do a favor on us. They are going to be, because they are all, please understand, they are all led by their own karmas. They are all dominated by their samskaras. Even if it's not your wish, or they are, sometimes when people wish also, they cannot change. So difficult it is. Even if they have a good heart, karmas don't leave you apart. I was there again in my friend's home, and a mother, it's a state of so hopelessness, because she has a very pure, nice heart, her mother, but bound by the karmic patterns, samskaras. There is awareness that this is wrong, this is not right, but the samskaras are so powerful. There is a need to get out of it, but something is still pulling you inside. And the samskaras. So, is it impossible? No, it is possible. What is the reason of that? Ego consciousness. So, you must be very careful not to boost any aspect of your ego conscious, because that ego consciousness strengthens that samskara and doesn't allow purity to come in. That I-ness, that individuality, that personality, that identification of me as the body and mind, it is very difficult for those people to get into that mind. So I'm telling you, if you have awareness, it's a gift, it's a boon, it's a grace. Follow it, practice it. You must practice it. Because when you practice that, only you can understand your own mind, how it is playing. The obstacles. My mind is playing. You become suddenly aware that this is not me, this is not the real me, this is something artificial, this is the fake me, the fake identity of who I believe I am. That is the one who's playing this game. You become aware of it. The moment you become aware, genuinely aware of it, it becomes powerless. If you don't become aware of it, the same ego consciousness will play the victim. It will self pity the poor me, the me. Nobody understands this one. I am always this way. My life has been this way. Who's doing this? The ego consciousness. Because ego life loves to loath on this, and it tries to give excuses. It's distracting your consciousness. You have to pay your attention on the consciousness, but the ego distracts you, telling you, I forgot that you are always this way. You have been troubled in life. You have been um, taken advantage in life. Look at your life. It will give you into past memory. Go back into your life. See your past, how it has been. See how many failures. See the same thing, isn't it happening now? See, if it is happening in your past and now also it is happening, what future you have? Your future also is going to be. Then from past you will jump to future. Oh my God, my life is in this way. Now according to this life, what my future now? My future also is that way. The ego consciousness keeps you dangling between this. Why? Because it doesn't want you to stay in the present. Present means awareness. It will never make you sit in your present. It will never make you silent. It will never make you be seated, rooted somewhere. Always you are in memories of your past or worries of the future. What does that ego? Become careful when this is happening. When you see yourself dangling more in the past and future, become aware my ego is at play. My soul consciousness is sleeping. My ego has raised its hood. Just become aware of that. You don't have to kill the ego, you don't have to destroy nothing. Become aware. Because awareness means it is dodging and playing games with you. It is taking advantage of your non-awareness. Moment you become aware, it drops. Try doing it. Practically do it. You don't have to do it all the time, 24/7, I don't say. Then you are a realized person. But at least sometimes when you have this memory, when you have this awareness, oh, I got to become aware. You start watching and suddenly you will see your personality changing. You will become somebody else very soon and very quickly. That is what I said to my other friend also. You don't have to run away. You change your personality. You look at things in a different view now from the soul level. There you strengthen. You become a strong individual. You are not functioning by the ego, led by pity and what you call it, greed and fear and all that. But now you are a confident being. That is confident means not that arrogant confident. I am right. No, when I'm not right also, my consciousness tells me that, my awareness shows me, no, I'm at error. What you do, that's upon you. How you do it, that's upon you. Whether you accept I'm sorry, saying I'm wrong, that's upon you, or you don't mind it, you stop that action and you become aware of it, withdraw from it. It's your, how you do it, manage it. There is no strict rules, do it whichever way, but the thing is to become aware of that culprit that is silently working and destroying things. So once you start, and mind you, I'm telling you, once you take power in your hands and become your own master of awareness or whatever, and you refuse to let go of awareness, there will be more challenges outside. Like you said, family doesn't understand you, all that is not understood. So I am now retreating and working on myself. But when you go back and when you're working, you'll see more challenges happening, because now they are saying a new you, somebody new. Somebody new most of the time, because where is that helpless one who's to be so dependent on me? This is a very bold one who seems so confident. Again, I'm telling you, watch there. Not out of the ego consciousness. There, suddenly you don't, no, now you don't know who I am. You have taken enough advantage of me all the way. Now, you guys, I'll teach you a lesson. You played enough with me, right? Now I'm not like before. Previously, everybody used to take advantage of me. Now, nobody can take advantage. Now, you don't know who I am. Ego consciousness. Changing in different way. Become aware of that also. You are neither this negative ego or that positive ego. You are just a plain, pure witness, still continuing to watch your own flaws and working on it. So, wherever you find flaws, flaws means not just sins that you do, even this helplessness is a flaw. The moment you understand that, no, see, I'm becoming helpless now again, I'm becoming again this. The moment you become aware of it, there will be power coming in. So, all these are flaws. And when a new you starts emerging, the first threat will always be in the people around you. The people who are rooted in, because they are already been functioning in gross consciousness, they will continue with that. So, the moment you come back and suddenly you will see changes coming, then new tactics being played, new things to change or pull you down, because that's one thing I've always seen, the power games, especially in relationship. One wants to have the control over the other all the time. So if one is losing this, it will do some tactics, some way, some, it need not be direct also, it will be some through other ways to control the situation and dominate the situation, because the ego is very scared of dying. Ego cannot tolerate, oh, I'm dying. It will try to fight its hood in either. That is why I've seen, most of the time when frictions happen, like I've seen in my environment here, and I've seen in people who have tried to control me all these past years, powerful people, they play all kind of tactics. First they will say no, and they will fire you, they will be angry with you. No, I need this. Why are this? Still you remain calm. You don't give in to it. Then they'll realize, oh, anger is not working. Now suddenly they'll become emotional. Then tears will come, they'll cry, they'll weep. Then now, because that is not working. Now then you are looking at it, and in state of awareness you are seeing that also is another mind play that is happening. So you are still calm, you're going on. Then that also is not working. Then emotional blackmail. Then some kind of a threat. I used to have this. Then get out from here. Get out. It will come straight like that. Everything it will try. Different way. But the steadiness of awareness will show that this also will pass, that also will pass, this also will pass, that also will pass. Finally, if that person is ready to get meant for you in your family or in your office or whatever, it will be there, or it will just go away. It will happen. This has happened in my past. I'm telling from my past lives only. How I have moved from location to location, place from place. If it is not in that frequency, it's a mismatch. Universe will throw you away. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to plan anything. Universe will simply pick you by the collar like this and put you here. Not here, it will put you here. Wherever your frequencies are vibrating, it will put you there. People around you also will get attracted to similar kind of frequencies, which is not mismatching, it will move. This is the cosmic drama that takes place. It is not you and me doing it, it automatically happens. So, if you just become aware of what is right, because at the end of the day, I told you, my mission, my work, shifting into awareness, is to lead you back to your soul agenda. That's it, period. I don't care for anything else. People who are connected to me, not connected to me, whatever, my agenda is only one. You get connected to yourself and you attain that highest purpose for which you have taken birth. Don't forget it this lifetime. There is no compromise in that. So that might appear very rigid, hard, that's all fine. But the highest intention is that. And it's for me also, for others also. So if you move with that pure intention, that I am doing it with this particular intent, that by doing transformation to myself, I am transforming my family, my people around. Do you know the difference? You don't have to do good to others, and you can't do good to others when you're doing bad to yourself. When you are on the lower gross consciousness, yourself, you cannot uplift others. Neither you have to uplift yourself and go and uplift others. You just uplift yourself, the rest will just happen. Automatically, whatever has to happen will keep on happening. See, because here it was said, yeah, this one which said exactly the same. I have no pleasure in my family. There remains nothing for me to do in it. I have done what has to be done. Now there are grandsons and children in the house. Should I remain there or should I leave it and go? So Ramana says again, you should just stay where you are now. But where are you now? Are you in the house or is the house in you? If you become established in your own place, you will find that all things have merged into you and all such questions will become unnecessary. Means all these worries are unnecessary. What will happen to me? What will happen to my loved beings? Where will I be? Where will this relation be? All that is unnecessary. You just attune to the highest truth, to the higher self. Everything around will just align to that. And he asks a beautiful question. Are you living in the house or is the house living in you? If all the time your house is living, the people, relations, all these things are running in your mind, it will take a big toll. Lenny Chetty, thank you for this awesome program. We have loved so much. Kind regards, Lenny and Surya. So I am happy to see you, Lenny, actually, from South Africa. I am happy to see you fit and fine because you are not well. Nirlakanti ji, okay. Malaji, wonderful session, bhaiya. I will listen to it again and again. You took me out of the worldly presence. Okay. Sarath, okay, fine. I'm happy that this session has ended well. And Preeti, yeah, thank you, wonderful session. Thank you, guys, for being here together. Because of you, some things just flowed out of me, and I hope this is all in the highest good of everybody. So, in the meantime, if I have hurt anybody while saying this, unknowingly, if I have hurt somebody by saying some real truths, then I'm not sorry. I'm happy to have said it. For a change. See, I'll read one final. Oh, Vikram bhai, abhi ho idhar. One final thing that came to me. It's a very beautiful message that somebody sent me this. The entire drama is designed to bring you emptiness. And with the dissolution, all imagined fragmentation disappears. This is returning to the primal, the whole. What it simply means is this entire drama, this cosmos, the whole play that we are living in, so called what we call as life, the entire drama is designed to bring you emptiness. Look at this. Everything that is happening in our life, good, bad, ugly, is for the ultimate good. What is the ultimate good? To bring you emptiness. It will return you, all these life events will return you to the state of emptiness and nothingness. And with the dissolution, with this kind of dissolving, all imagined fragmentation disappears. All the dualities and fragmentation, separatedness disappears. This is what returning to the source is. So, what does it say? All this drama of life, whichever complaints we have, this is not working, that is not working, this is not fine, that is not fine. What happens when it is not fine? What happens? It has happened to all of us. So much suffering, so much suffering. Enough, enough, enough. Spirituality. Chalo, guru ko dhunte hain, path ko dhunte hain, sadhana karte hain, something, meditation, go to this place, that place. We have run all the time. And what has happened in that? It has elevated our consciousness. So all these suffering and all these dramas are designed to actually to take you to the ultimatum only. So be grateful and feel blessed that all this happening for your highest good only. Even we wouldn't have been sitting here discussing this if you, me, and all of us here wouldn't have been through some bitter experiences. Are you seeing that? So, this is all designed by the cosmos to lead us to that nothingness, to return us back to source. And Shilpa, you're here. Thank you. Babani, thank you. Umaji, thank you. Rekha ji, Yatin. Oh, that's Simi. Anita ji, thank you. I hope this session was good. So, with this, I think I take your leave. It's 3:30. 4 hours. Okay. Next week, I will continue with this living life in this worldly existence and how to live more centered and conscious and be unaffected by the worldly cosmic dramas and continue to the path until we reach the final goal. Lots of divine love and light to all of you. Stay blessed. Deepa ji, thank you.